you're live now.
I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Here.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
The records show we have 5 members present. That is a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session this evening?
There are none.
Do any council members need to announce their abstentions on closed session items? Hearing none, do we have any speakers for closed session?
We do not, and we did not receive any emails related to the closed session agenda either.
Thank you. We will now recess to closed session.
Mayor, you can proceed when ready.
All right, before I begin, did Councilman Penelos already leave? He's going to have a baby tonight or tomorrow, so he may have to run out, just so you all know, okay? So we want to congratulate him. I don't see his stuff here, so I don't know if he already ran out. Okay. I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. As a reminder, this is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. As we just gave you a clap because you're going to have a baby tonight, right? All right.
I don't know, maybe.
As mayor, I'm afforded the opportunity to call for a recess or a break or to even clear the meeting room. If a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business, warnings will be provided prior to any action being taken. We appreciate your cooperation. For everyone's safety per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back wall of the council chamber, or in front of entrances and exits. During city council presentations, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez. Here. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Here.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
All 7 members present.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. May I have Alicia Serrato please come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? She did not know I was going to call her.
Okay. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Words of inspiration, our police chaplain, sir, Mr. Bob Burnett.
Simple prayer, and first and foremost, we're thinking of a happy, healthy baby. But I want to thank you all for being here. It's exciting. Father, we thank you for the privilege of gathering here and doing business for the community, for our people. Thankful for our leaders, Lord. We're mindful, Lord, of the needs that are so present, Lord, around us every day. We ask your wisdom would be displayed tonight and decisions to be made. For those to be honored, Lord, there'd be a blessing upon their life. We'd be thankful, Lord, for their gifts and talents. Lord, this night I'm mindful too, Lord, to pray for a young person that lost his life in the line of duty. Hector Cuevas, San Bernardino deputy, passed away yesterday in the line of duty. We ask that your presence would be very real to his family, friends, his fellow deputies. We're mindful of our first responders in precarious places, our law enforcement community, fire authority. And God, we always need your guidance, your blessing. We need your leadership. Pray for that here tonight. We're thankful, Lord. We savor and cherish our life and our friends and our family. Help us never forget that. In the name of the Lord.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain, for recognizing Deputy Cuevas. We really appreciate that. He gave his life serving others. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
There are none, but if I could please make an announcement for members of the public on Zoom or teleconference. If you wish to speak during public comments on our agenda or non-agenda items, you must dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand Now in order to be in the speaker queue once we commence public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first presentation is mine, and thank you all for waiting. We had a longer closed session than normal. And so I'm going to do Santa Ana High School's boys and girls wrestling team. So let me call the girls up first, please. We all like each other. Huddle up. Huddle up. Stay close. All right. All right, can you see them all? Yeah. All right. It's an honor for me to do this. Good evening. It's truly an honor to stand before you to recognize two exceptional groups of athletes. Right now, we're going to do the ladies, who have demonstrated remarkable skill, determination, and teamwork throughout the wrestling season. Wrestling is a sport that demands discipline, resilience, and an unbreakable spirit. These teams, these ladies, have shown all of that and more, pushing themselves to new heights and proving that hard work pays off. This season, the Santa Ana High School girls wrestling team, let's give them a round of applause. They have achieved incredible milestones, becoming league champions, a testament to their dominance and teamwork, winning the title of CIF dual meet champions, proving their strength and unity in head-to-head competition, securing second place in the CIF individuals tournament, showcasing their talent at an individual level, achieving fourth place in the CIF Southern Section Masters, standing among the best in the region, finishing an impressive 14th in the CIF State Championships, competing against the top wrestlers across California. Coach, did I leave anything out? I didn't leave anything out? Okay. So I have to just say, it's not on my notes, and Paul does a great job of putting this together for us, is that I watched these ladies wrestle, because I was late, so I missed the boys, so I apologize. But I got there, and I watched them wrestle. Dear God, I wouldn't get on the mat with them. They're so talented, and they just were amazing. I came back, and I called the chief, and I said, Chief, make sure you follow these girls. Hire them as police officers. I said, I saw some of these girls wrap around like cobras and take these other girls down in like seconds. They do this flip thing. I don't even know. But it was just remarkable to see the talent that Santa Ana High School has. My son wrestled at Santa Ana High School with Coach Glab. And, you know, there were a few girls back then. So now to see where you have grown, thank you so very much to the coaches and to the parents, to all the parents that are out there. Thank you for the boys on the wrestling team. But I know we have a set of parents. Where are we? Where's your, there? Come on, you look like one of the students. Come on up here. She does. I was like, she looks like one of the students. And then one of the coaches want to come join who's going to speak? Somebody's going to speak? Come on, somebody. Don't be shy, because I know I've heard you yell on the mat. All right, somebody, I need a coach and the mom. Okay, so with us is the principal, the coaches, and I just want to say, and I have certificates for all of them, but I'm going to give them to you so you can hand them out. These ladies, I'm so proud that they represent the city of Santa Ana and that they represent Santa Ana High School. Really, as the mayor of the city of Santa Ana, to represent this city, thank you for everything, and you guys are all amazing, and I can't wait to see where you go to college and what you do, and make sure you please come back to Santa Ana and serve us here as well. So the floor is all yours, both of you.
I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that's in attendance, to our mayor, city council people. The support has been tremendous, and we appreciate everyone. It's been an incredible year, and we have an amazing group of girls that are very talented on and off the mat. And I'm just thrilled to see the growth of the sport and to see where these girls, you know, take this program and what they do in their future. So thank you, guys.
Just very honored to be recognized. These girls are fearless, they're beautiful, they work very hard, they make coaching so much easier. Just, you know, the accolades, the accomplishments are massive for the year, and we're gonna continue to grow. We've actually qualified 6 of our girls to represent the city of Santa Ana and the state of California at the high school national championships in Virginia Beach at the end of the month. So luckily we have really good support system from our principal, our city. Coach Byers probably has the toughest job. He does have the toughest job, fundraising for us and allowing these girls to not only compete here locally, but in the country and representing the beautiful city of Santa Ana. So I appreciate you guys from a class of 1997 and also accomplished wrestler. You know, these girls are next level, and we're going to continue to build and make you guys proud. Thank you.
So I'm going to bring up the principal Enloe, but before I do, a trip to Virginia, council members, y'all have money. I'm going to give some money. I'm going to give some money out of my mayor's account because there's a nonprofit that we can donate money to on your way to Virginia. So just thought I'd share that with all the council members that maybe you have money. So, principal, it's all yours.
Thank you so much for having us tonight. As a resident of Santa Ana and principal at Santa Ana High School, one of the things that I really wanted to make sure that we did was do more for our girls, for our young ladies in the city. And they are proof that you give them just a little bit and they take it to the moon. So there you go. Proud.
All right. Good job. Anybody else? You have a team captain? Who's your team captain? We don't have captains. Oh, well, pick a girl, ladies. Don't be shy, because I've seen you on the mat. Come on, because you already did the pledge. Because you did the Pledge of Allegiance, so.
Does this go any lower? On behalf of the Santa Ana girls wrestling team, I want to thank our principal, our mayor, our community. With all the support, I feel like we've been able to accomplish more than anyone thought we could, and we hope to keep making you guys proud in the years to come. Thank you.
Oh, they can just stand right there, yeah.
Yeah, because you know what you can do. All right, gentlemen from the Santa Ana Boys Wrestling Team, come on up. Come on up, gentlemen. Come up and get close like you like each other. Come on. Come on up, come on up. You gotta like each other. Come on, come on. I need some of you down here. We all good? We're all good. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming today. Thank you all very much. All right, another group of wonderful, amazing wrestlers. The Santa Ana High School boys wrestling team. They won the Division VI CIF Dual Meet Championship with a decisive 44-24 victory over Pencil. How do you say that?
Penn State.
Penn State. Over Penn State. We're going to say Penn State. Okay, Peninsula. But we're going to go with Penn State because it sounds a lot better, okay? Until they hear it and they watch it on the video, then they'll. This championship marks the 14th. Let me say that again. I know, because my boy wrestler, he loved the wrestling team at Santa Ana. Marks the 14th overall CIF championship for the Santa Ana boys wrestling team, and the first CIF dual meet championship since 2010. A testament to their dedication, their hard work, the perseverance of these young athletes and their coaches, and their families, because it takes a family as well behind them. In addition to their team success, the boys team finished 5th overall at the CIF individuals tournament with 6 wrestlers placing and 4 qualifying for the very prestigious CIF Masters meet. And that is a very big deal. None of this would have been possible without the dedication of the coaching staff who have mentored and guided these athletes every step of the way. A huge thank you to all of them, all of your supporters, and again, their families. Let's give them a round of applause, please. As the mayor, I'd like to congratulate you all on your victory, as well as the council. And we're looking forward to, as well, what you're going to do as the years come. Those of you that are going off to college to wrestle, maybe, please make sure you're going to go wrestle, but please come back to Santa Ana, and please give back. So with that, I need a coach to speak. Come on up. You have no problem speaking?
No, ma'am.
That's very nice.
I am. Nice to
I
meet you.
like your sweatshirt.
Oh, thank you.
These are for you.
Oh, thank you.
It's all yours.
Okay, I want to thank my boys for giving me everything they have, and I want to thank them for trusting me. I want to thank their parents for trusting me to care for their kids. I want to thank the administrations and City of Santa Ana High School for giving me the opportunity. It's an honor, it's a privilege to coach at Santa Ana High. My coaching journey started in 1998 at Santa Ana High School. My father was a teacher at Mountain View High School back in the day. He had some stories, funny stuff. My coaching journey hopefully will end at Santa Ana High, when I'm 25 right now, so when I'm about 50, and it'll end. No, okay, so a couple years, but I want to thank the city council. I want to thank you all for having us, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Incredibly proud of our Saints. These young men are amazing. It was so much fun. It was an amazing historical day to watch them all compete. So very, very proud. Go Saints. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a picture, and then I'm going to invite the council to come down. And your coach has your certificate, so he will give them all to you. All right.
Need to do the same thing? Anybody wants to come on? You guys have to.
Let's give it up one more. There we go. Let's give it up one more time for the Saints. Now, I didn't go to Santa Ana High School. I went to Santiago High School. There's a whole other district. There we are. There's a whole other district west of the river that serves a lot of Santa Ana residents and brings a lot of pride to the city. So as a proud alumnus, I'm very happy to say, well, the Cavs, come on up. There we go. Gentlemen, how's it going? Hello, welcome.
Hello there, welcome. Go Cavs, right? Go Cavs.
Absolutely.
The purple, I like
Absolutely.
the purple side.
So as I mentioned, I am a proud alumnus of Santiago. And it's truly an honor tonight to recognize the boys basketball team because they won the 2025 CIF Southern Section Championship for boys basketball. Let's give it up for them. So it wouldn't be me without a little history lesson. So 50 years ago, Coach Judy Lonigan won the first ever CIF championship for Santiago in girls basketball. And here we are 50 years later, and the boys are still keeping that proud tradition alive. So this year they racked up 21 wins before they faced Ramona in the CIF championship, who they defeated 64-49, securing Santiago's first ever CIF championship in boys basketball. Senior guard Jordan Delamora scored a game-high 28 points with 4 3-pointers in that game. Senior guard Jaden Bowd scored 12 points with a team high of 7 rebounds. And senior forward Jarrell Guidry scored 10 points with 6 rebounds. The Cavs' journey through the playoffs involved avenging league losses to Los Amigos. Did you hear that, council member fan? So not only did they avenge those losses, what happened? Or I'm sorry, how did they avenge those losses? Because even though they had 2 against Los, they came back in the first round and kicked Los's butt. So, did you hear that again? All right, just want to make sure. So, this championship and the journey to get there represents the dedication, teamwork, and perseverance that each and every one of these young men up here brought to the court throughout the season. From their incredible shooting to their unshakable composure when the game was on the line. The Cavs showed the true meaning of never giving up. What also makes this team special, for at least for me, is Coach Matt Morehouse. Where are you, Coach? Stick around on me. Coach is a proud class of 97 from Santiago, so it's great to see Cavs coming back and not just helping out the school, but helping the school win. So thank you for that, Coach. And along with Coach Matt, you had assistant coaches Jeff Van Sickle, Jeff Gomez, and Isaiah Morehouse, and the unwavering support of the team's families and fans that all played a part in the success of this team. So this CIF championship builds, as I said, on an incredible basketball legacy at Santiago High School. So over the past 8 years, just the past 8 years, the Santiago boys basketball program has never had a losing record, and they've won league 5 times during that tenure. So Santiago Cavaliers are known for resilience. We don't give up. And that's what these young men have accomplished, is showing what a testament they are to resilience. You've brought immense pride to Santiago High School and to the entire community. So with that, Coach Matt, if you can get up here. On behalf of the Santa Ana City Council, it's my honor to present you with the certificate of recognition and just say congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Floor is yours.
I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank the mayor, council, and Phil for inviting us. It means a lot to me because I went to Santiago. It means a lot to me because I grew up in Santa Ana and Garden Grove, and I love Santa Ana. So I mean, it's also home to me. I'm so happy that this team stepped up when they did. And again, we serve both cities, so we're kind of on the border, so it's kind of weird where we're at, but we do serve both cities, so we're proud to receive this from Santa Ana. And last thing I'll say is just we didn't expect this at the beginning of the year, but I appreciate the team just following my lead, and no matter how hard I was on them, it ended up where the ultimate goal is to win CIF, and we did it. So couldn't be prouder of them, and I just thank the support of the community, parents, and the school. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I was just jokingly telling MPT Vasquez and Councilwoman Taifan that we call Santa Ana Saint City for a reason, so. But in all seriousness, congratulations to all the youth. We're so proud. And next, we're going to be recognizing the outstanding contributions to the community by Stanford Sound and Stage. So if you folks can come up, that would be amazing. All right, I'm going to have you hold this, okay? Because I'm going to read your notes. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Okay, I don't know, it's really tall. So I'm actually really excited to be highlighting a local business that has been a true asset to our community, Stanford Sound and Stage. This business is not just another company, it's a reflection of the rich musical history and talent that has been thriving here in Santa Ana for over a decade. And I think it's also just symbolic of how Santaneros feel about our city. And so Stanford Sound and Stage's roots go deep, beginning with the YouTube channel Kilson Street, launched in 2013. They've been dedicated to spotlighting local artists, fostering talent, and creating a platform for musicians through video, live recordings, and community events. Building on this solid foundation, they took the next step and founded Stanford Sound and Stage to offer professional live sound, stage, and lighting services to a wider audience. It's clear that this growth hasn't distanced them from their core mission, serving our community with integrity and passion, and with so much love and respect. Despite their expanding reach, Stanford Sound and Stage has remained committed to Santa Ana. They continue to give back in meaningful ways by partnering with other businesses and nonprofit organizations in the city, like the Frida Cinema, to sustain the First Saturday Art Walk, a beloved event that brings people together to celebrate arts and culture. One of the most inspiring aspects of their work is their dedication to education. They partnered with Suavecito headquarters to offer free classes, which I think just happened this past weekend, to educate aspiring sound engineers and DJs, giving local youth the tools to pursue careers in the music and sound industries, which isn't always easy to break through. So Stanford Sound and Stage's success is a testament to the support of their community, their friends, and their family. It's evident that their business is not just about providing services, but about building relationships and fostering a sense of community and unity through music, which is so valued for us. And so as we look ahead, their goal is clear: to continue expanding their services while maintaining their commitment to community, connection, and excellence. I'm excited to see what the future holds for Stanford Sound and Stage and how they will continue to enrich Santa Ana's culture landscape and continue to support young people in their professional careers. So please join me in recognizing Stanford Sound and Stage for their unwavering dedication to our community and their continued efforts to support local talent and education. Their story is a beautiful example of what happens when passion, talent, and communities come together to support each other. And I definitely hope that our staff will continue to support and partner with Stanford Sound and Stage for future references. Thank you. And now, yes.
What's up, everybody? I'm pretty, thank you, Councilmember Jesse Lopez, for the honor here today, and to the rest of the council members and the mayor. Yeah, it's been a long ways to get here. I grew up here in Santa Ana. I was born and raised. Grew up on Center Street, not in the best place, and my life could have taken a different turn depending on the choices I made, and I'm glad I made these choices, and I'm glad I had a supportive family like my brothers and my mom and my dad to instill in me the importance of education and staying in school and all that stuff. I grew up there, and we ended up moving over to Kilson and Stanford, hence the name, in case you wanted to know that. But yeah, we're really, my biggest goal right now is education. I think as we move on as a company, a brand new company, we started a few years ago. But my biggest goal is to teach more people about the business, about what we do, sound engineering, and to hopefully get more people interested in this really, really cool industry. And I know that providing these types of opportunities to kids is really important, and yeah, I just want to keep doing that. And thanks also to the guys at Suavecito for supporting what I do, for what I've been doing here for a long time, actually longer than just a few years here. And again, my brother and my wife, Gabby, who helps me out a lot with these events, Chase, Jorge, Priscilla, a bunch of people that also help us out with these events. And yeah, I don't want to take too much more time. I don't know how much time I have, but I appreciate it. Okay, I'll be here for another 2 hours. But yeah, there's a lot of people. Rudy from Viva La Vida, he's been a big, important person to allow us to even help him with his event. He came to me when he wanted to start his own event, Dia de Muertos Festival. And yeah, a lot of, I'm trying to think of all the people, Logan Crow from the Frida, who's, since he came to Santa Ana, he's been really supportive of all the stuff we've done with Kilson Street and Stanford Sound and Stage. And yeah, I can't really remember a lot of people right now off the top of my head, but appreciate it. Appreciate you guys giving me the honor today. Thank you. Oh, Gabby.
I'd just like to say thank you to Councilmember Jesse Lopez for the recognition, the City Council, all our friends and family here today. Modesto is my husband, but he's also the hardest working and most talented person that I know, child of immigrants, and I'm just so proud of his Santa Ana story, having gone to UCI and coming back home and working as hard as he does. He has a big heart, and a lot of it is for the city of Santa Ana, and a lot of it is because of the investment of the people in Santa Ana and what they've put into Modesto, and I'm just so proud. Thank you.
right. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Mayor, council members, members of the public, we did have several closed session items this evening, but there is no reportable action.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2023-047, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussions at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Before calling speakers, I'll report the summary of emails. As of today at 2 p.m., we received 38 total e-comments, 12 on non-agenda topics, and 26 related to item number 16. Those were distributed to the council and posted online for public review. We'll now hear from members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber, followed by those on the conference call Zoom, to provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. I'll call 3 speakers at a time. If you could please line up behind the podium when your name is called. First 3 speakers, Eric Sanchez, Joe Parker, and Catalina Iniestra.
Come on up, whoever's the first speaker, and use that mic. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Eric Sanchez. I'm with Ward 1. I'm here tonight to talk to you all and thank you all for supporting the Walnut and Daisy Micro Farm, recently renamed La Colmena. Its grand opening will be Saturday, April 5th from 2 to 7 p.m. at 1901 West Walnut Street. Please mark your calendars. This was item 22 at the last meeting where the 5-year report was approved. As an SAUSD graduate, born and raised in Santa Ana, homeowner, this project spearheaded by the Thrive organization has developed me as a structural engineer on this project. It taught me that these repurposed shipping containers can share a footing at the corners where they meet. As a Latino and novice gardener, it's put me in touch with my ancestors' farming ideologies and techniques. There is a lot to learn from community lands. These lessons learned were taught to the Valley High School students who are part of the after-school architecture, construction, and engineering program, AKA ACE. When they visited the construction site on a field trip, these students are interested in construction, trades, and design. Students also learned about Community Land Trust, or CLTs. Their club is seeing the rising popularity of CLTs across Orange County and Los Angeles. So much so that they've made CLTs the focus of this year's design competition across both counties. CLTs are the future of LA and OC communities. Projects like these trickle down work and learning to Santa Ana residents, from engineers to organizers to vendors, artists, gardeners, to the youth. We need more of these types of spaces throughout Santa Ana. This project has also allowed us to channel creativity in community mural painting of the shipping containers walls. The national company that I work for, KPFF, wants to thank the city of Santa Ana for supporting this project and others like it. I'm also the structural engineer in charge of the remodel of the public library across the way. Thank you, and good night. Again, that's April 5th from 2 to 7 p.m. at 1901 Walnut Street. Thank you.
Joe Parker?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'm here on consent number 12. If it gets pulled, I'm available for questions. I'm counsel.
Followed by Veronica Garcia and Monica Acevedo Guerrero.
Hola, buenas noches, alcaldesa Misa Mezcua,
Buenas noches, concejales. Mi nombre es Catalina Iniestra. Soy residente de Santa Ana por más de 30 años y estamos aquí para hablarles sobre un proyecto y sobre todo darles las gracias a algunos de ustedes que ya han contestado nuestro correo. Buscamos la oportunidad de adoptar un lote para hacer un espacio o un área verde para que nuestras familias fortalezcan más sus emociones de salud mental, física. Como padres líderes de esta comunidad, estamos buscando el apoyo de ustedes para que se lleve a cabo este proyecto. Como más de mis compañeras van a venir a hablar sobre este tema, para que ustedes tengan más detalle, a precisión de lo que queremos y buscamos en este proyecto, y esperamos contar con su apoyo. Gracias y buenas noches.
Good evening, Mayor Amezcua, council members. My name is Catalina Iniestra. I've been a resident of Santa Ana for over 30 years, and we're here to talk about a project. First of all, I'd like to thank the council members who have responded to our communication, and we hope the rest of you answer as well. And we're here to present to you this opportunity that we would like to have to adopt a lot, to have a green area, so that we can build something for our community, to strengthen our community, our mental health, our physical health. And we are here to seek your support in this project. And some of my friends are going to be coming up to give you more details about what we are looking for in the project. And we hope to count on your support. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, respetable alcaldesa Valeria Amezcua, miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Verónica García, soy residente de esta ciudad. Formo parte del grupo Padres Líderes de la ciudad de Santa Ana. Esta tarde estoy muy emocionada de hablar con ustedes sobre un proyecto de gran impacto positivo para nuestra comunidad. El programa Adopta un Lote. Quiero agradecer a quienes ya han mostrado su interés en este proyecto y han confirmado su apoyo y compromiso, los cuales son clave para esta iniciativa. La misma busca transformar terrenos vacíos en espacios verdes y accesibles donde toda nuestra comunidad tenga la oportunidad de un espacio de interacción y aprendizaje. Espero pronto podamos tener una reunión 1 a 1 con ustedes para poder detallar más a profundidad sobre este proyecto y podamos tener un número en su agenda. Gracias por su amable atención.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Amezcua, City Council members. My name is Veronica Garcia, and I'm here with a community of parent leaders from Santa Ana. And we'd like to talk to you about this project for the community, Adopt a Lot. And we would like to thank the people who have shown interest and who have shown your support and your commitment to transform these empty lots into green, accessible spaces for the community. So we would like to meet with you so that we can have these spaces for the growth of our community. We'd like to meet with some of you one-on-one. We'd like to have a meeting with you so that we can have a space in your agendas. So thank you very much for listening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. My name is Monica Acevedo Guerrero. I'm a program manager with Public Health Advocates, an organization that operates statewide. Through our initiative, our All Children Thrive initiative, I've had the pleasure of partnering with Santa Ana Early Learning Initiative and the lovely ladies you see back there. For the past 3 years, we have been learning together. I have shared my knowledge on policy and civic engagement, and they have shared their passion and dedication to their Santa Ana community. Over the past 3 years, we've also been talking about social, mental, and physical well-being. They have centered parks and green spaces as something that is essential in their communities, something that they have determined they need more of. Through listening sessions, through surveys, we have been able to identify that they want to increase the number of green spaces in the city of Santa Ana. And through this, they've identified a solution for Adopt-A-Lot, where we would take unused vacant lots in the city and convert for a reclaimed community space. They have put a lot of work into the research, into the mapping of all of these areas. And so I'm here today to ask you to support their request to meet one-on-one with the folks who they haven't met with already, and to have an agenda item so that they can share with you their research, so that they can share with you their dedication to the work, their engagement of the community, and their aspirations for a pilot Adopt-A-Lot project in the city of Santa Ana. Thank you. Have a good night.
Next three speakers, Dulce Maria Sanchez, Rocio, and Jeffrey J. Jensen.
Buenas tardes, honorable alcaldesa Amezcua, también concejales, muy buenas tardes. Yo soy Dulce Sánchez, soy una madre líder de la comunidad de Santa Ana, llevo viviendo más de 19 años aquí en Santa Ana, conozco la comunidad y sé de primera mano todo el interés que tienen ustedes por que nuestra comunidad siga sobresaliendo y nuestros niños sigan teniendo esos espacios que muchas veces, por el hecho de que no tenemos un espacio para ellos, porque rentamos a veces recámaras y no tenemos un lugar en donde podamos llevar a nuestros niños, porque quizá no tenemos un parque cerca muchas veces. Ya escuchaban a mis compañeras que hablaron antes que yo. Estamos interesados en que ustedes conozcan un proyecto que se llama Adopta un Lote. Había escrito algunas cosas, pero creo que lo más importante es que ustedes nos den la oportunidad, como ya lo habían mencionado, de conocer este proyecto, de que puedan saber cuál es el plan que se tiene, por qué lo queremos hacer y si fuera posible que se contacten con nosotros. También quiero darle gracias a los que ya lo han hecho, a los que han escuchado sobre este proyecto y se han interesado, pero sobre todo creo que hablábamos y escuchaba hace rato lo de la resiliencia. Nosotros en nuestra comunidad de Santa Ana, que es diversa, sabemos que tenemos muchas cosas que aportar a la comunidad y creo que este proyecto más que nada puede hacer no solo embellecer a nuestra ciudad de Santa Ana, porque muchas veces los lotes que existen no están ocupados obviamente y pues se les da un mal uso. Entonces, ¿por qué no pensar en algo que sea beneficioso no solo para la comunidad de Santa Ana, sino para todos los que puedan pasar por aquí y ver la diversidad que podemos otorgar? Entonces, para mí es un honor estar frente a ustedes y poderlos invitar a que conozcan este proyecto y puedan escuchar de primera mano de las personas que hemos pasado situaciones donde no tenemos a dónde llevar a nuestros hijos a por lo menos recrearse un rato. Entonces, los invito, si es posible, que nos den la oportunidad de presentar el proyecto y, bueno, escuchar su posición. Muchas gracias y que tengan una excelente tarde.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Amezcua of Santa Ana, council members. Good evening. My name is Dulce Sanchez. I'm a leader here in Santa Ana for over 19 years, and I know the community, and I know that you are interested in uplifting our community. You're interested in the rising of our community, to have spaces for our kids who many of us live in rented rooms. We do not have the space for them to go play, to be in parks that are nearby. And as my friends mentioned, we are here to bring you this project, and that you help us with this Adopt a Lot program. And we'd like for you to give us the opportunity to present this project to you, for you to know about this project, what we have planned, our reasons why we want to do this. So we would like for you to contact us so that you can listen to us. Thank you for the people who have listened already, who have shown interest in our program. And I heard several times earlier in the meeting the word resiliency. Santa Ana is a very diverse community, very resilient community, and we have contributed a lot to the community of Santa Ana. And it is not only to beautify the city of Santa Ana. We have these vacant lots that sometimes are not used for the best purposes. So in this transformation, we can have the benefits to the city of Santa Ana so that people driving by these projects can see the beauty of Santa Ana. And we would like to have the honor of inviting you to hear about this project firsthand from us so that our kids can also benefit from these spaces and have the opportunity for us to present this project to you. Thank you and good evening.
Buenas tardes, distinguida alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Rocío Guzmán y también pues vengo apoyando, ¿verdad?, lo que es el proyecto de Adopta un Lote. Ya mis compañeras han dicho, ¿verdad?, la mayoría, ¿verdad?, del interés que nosotros tenemos con respecto a este proyecto. Somos un grupo de madres voluntarias, ¿verdad?, que siempre hemos estado involucradas en diferentes proyectos, diferentes actividades y algunas caras, pues, ¿verdad?, ustedes ya, para nosotros, ¿verdad?, nosotros somos conocidos para ustedes. Y el interés mayor, creo yo, que es ocupar esos espacios baldíos, ¿verdad?, para tener lugares cómodos o áreas verdes, ¿verdad?, los cuales nosotros podamos utilizar en el sentido de que llevar a nuestros hijos a jugar, ¿verdad? Porque igual como ya han comentado, pues a veces vivimos en lugares donde no se nos permite ni siquiera que nuestros hijos salgan al patio. Entonces nos dimos a la tarea, ¿verdad?, de salir a lo que fue la redonda, a diferentes distritos, a ver cuántos espacios hay libres o que no tienen nada para construir. Y nos dimos cuenta que hay algunos donde hay mucha residencia, pero no tienen un área verde, no hay un parque. Entonces esa es la razón más por la cual nosotros venimos, ¿verdad?, a pedir el apoyo de ustedes, los cuales ustedes pues son la clave importante, ¿verdad?, para que este proyecto pueda seguir avanzando. Entonces, pues esperamos, ¿verdad?, la respuesta de los que aún no han respondido, que pues ustedes saben, ya se les hizo una invitación por correo electrónico. Y pues la que nos ha dado apoyo ahorita para mandar ese correo, pues es la directora de Seili, Miss Wendy, que es la que ella nos ha dado ese apoyo. Entonces, esperamos su respuesta y también, ¿verdad?, que ustedes formen parte de ese cambio, de no tan solamente ver más bella Santa Ana, sino de tener áreas donde nuestros hijos puedan pasar ese rato ameno, ¿verdad? Nosotros como adultos interactuar con otras personas, compartir, como decimos, nuestras costumbres, nuestras culturas, igual nuestros jóvenes, que puedan tener ese espacio para poder interactuar también con otros jóvenes de su edad, ¿verdad? Y nuestros niños igual salir, divertirse, tener más actividad física, para que también las enfermedades, ¿verdad?, como decimos, ¿verdad?, cuando están con mucho sobrepeso, pues también es por eso, ¿no?, porque tenemos una vida sedentaria de estar siempre en casa, cada uno es de diferente, ¿verdad?, situación y es entendible, pero creo yo que hay algunos estándares que hablan, ¿verdad?, con respecto a eso. Entonces creo que hay escuelas, pero no todas están abiertas para después ir en una tarde a que nuestros hijos vayan a jugar. Entonces realmente se les invita, ¿verdad?, a que nos puedan apoyar, a que puedan aportar ese granito de arena, ¿verdad?, que sabemos que por parte de ustedes es muy importante. Muchas gracias y que tengan una buena tarde.
Yeah, good evening, distinguished Mayor Amezcua, council members. My name is Rocio Guzman, and I'm here to ask for your support in this Adopt a Lot program. And we are here to ask you about this. Some of you have been interested in you have shown interest in the program. We are a group of volunteer moms who have been participating in different projects, different activities. So some of you know our faces are familiar to you. And we're looking for these empty lots, these green spaces that can be utilized, and so where we can take our kids to play. We looked at places around the city that are not being utilized. As somebody mentioned before, our kids sometimes are not even allowed to play outside. So we went out to the different wards, different districts, and looked at several different empty spaces. And some lots have lots of housing, but there are no parks and no green spaces nearby. So we're asking for your support in this program for this project, because that is key, and we await your response. We have emailed you, and some of you have shown interest. We have the support in this from the SAILI leader, Miss Wendy, and we await for this response to make this change, to beautify the city of Santa Ana so that our kids have a nice place to go and spend some time with, some time in, so we can share our customs, share our culture, etc. And they can interact with other youth in a physical space for physical activities. And there are many illnesses out there due to overweight because we live sedentary lives, and people have different situations. There are standards out there, I know, and some schools are not open. Not all schools are open for us to be in, so we want a space for our kids to play, and we're asking for your support on this. Thank you very much, and good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, Chief. My name is Jeff Jensen, JJ, I'm a resident here in downtown Santa Ana, and growing up here in Santa Ana and being a current resident here in Santa Ana and going to Santiago High School, it's great to see these kids taking sports to another level and putting Santa Ana on the map. So I just wanted to say that before I get started. I'm going to do a small plug, and then it's going to segue into number 16. I've been a business owner here in downtown Santa Ana for 14 years. Chapter 1 just celebrated its 14-year anniversary yesterday on St. Patty's Day. So for us, big accomplishment. I want to thank the city and the residents for all the support over the 14 years. So it's been an amazing 14 years. We've had a lot of ups and downs, but there's still a lot of challenges, and one of them is parking. It's been a challenge since day one, and I know on the agenda item number 16, there's a couple of things that I just wanted to address, because I know we've had parking studies in different times. This has been brought to the City Council, I don't know how many times since 2021, and I know we were going through COVID, we were going through construction, we were going through a lot of stuff, but right now downtown Santa Ana sits empty on the weekdays. A lot of these adjustments and pricing adjustments have to do when Santa Ana's at downtown's busy on Friday nights and Saturday nights. That doesn't speak for the rest of the time that it's sitting empty. So some type of adjustment, adjustment with either the meters or the structures having to do to bring people down to downtown, the other 80% of the time that it's still not back to what it was before COVID. On the comments that are right over here for number 16, I don't see anything about a grace period at the structures. Maybe it's something else that's more than what I'm missing here. Adjustment to the meter hours. Right now they're 7 days a week till 10 p.m. It's very aggressive for a downtown that sits idle and empty 5 days out of the 7 days a week. My little walk this morning from Lacey to Civic Center to Ross to First Street, 25% of the downtown storefronts are sitting empty. So for us to be charging more with 25% of the downtown still not activated, there's an issue there. And I know everybody keeps saying Measure X and we got this big cliff coming up. All these increases with all the parking, yes, it brings in more revenue, but it's still just a dent on what's going to be needed. So to see other conversations down the line of what other ideas to generate revenue for the city instead of squeezing every nickel and dime out of customers that are coming into downtown to spend money in downtown. Thank you.
Next speakers, Delilah Snell and Lane Sutton.
Good evening. My name is Delilah Snell. I'm the owner of Alta Baja Market on the corner of 4th and Bush in downtown, along Wilshire Square. My business is celebrating its 9th year of business. Half of it during a global pandemic and construction, if you can believe that. But really quickly, I want to talk about number 16. Mayor Mesco, today when you were talking about the women's talented wrestling team, you were talking about hard work pays off. And I feel like a lot of our downtown businesses are working hard, but it's still not paying off. It's still empty, just like JJ said. You know, maybe on a Friday night, you know, you see the bars really busy, or when there's an event, you know, you see the event busy, but we really don't benefit the businesses. But that's when you see it busy. But 80% of the time, it's dead. You all know it. When you walk the streets, it is dead. Our current affordable parking is one of the few payoffs that businesses in downtown still have, and we still need it. I'll be the first one to say that when we don't, we shouldn't have it. But we're not out of this yet. I'm not, okay, I already said this. You know, when we have events in downtown, all these businesses, our customers that are here every single day, we're charged $10. Our customers, my employees are charged $10. Do you know what a turnoff that is? And they're not coming to the event. They're coming to support our business, and they turn around. By the way, they're also calling and complaining, saying they're paying $10 to go to an event when they're just coming to support our business. That does nothing to make our downtown thrive. This district isn't out of hardship yet. It's only 1/3 occupied. The streets are empty, you know it. Charge our downtown, if you're going to charge our downtown customers and merchants, then this money should go to our downtown merchants and customers and not into the general fund. Because really you're helping no one. You're suffocating a district that's already had so much hardship for years. And there's still construction around us. Just because it's not on 4th Street doesn't mean that it's around the entire downtown. And you all know this is very tough for us. And it's going to get tougher. You all know it. I appreciate your time. Thank you for all that you're doing. Have a good evening.
Hello, council members. My name is Lane, and although I am a newer resident of the Santa Ana community, I have a particular issue I'd like to address that I've noticed in the few months that I've been here. I'm here today to raise attention to the excessive speeding and general unsafe driving I've witnessed on Civic Center Drive, more specifically at the eastern end of this road near the intersection of French Street and the transition from the roundabout section to the more 4-lane wider road. I would have to assume that this is not the first time issues related to speeding on this section of the street has been discussed due to the installation of the flashing slow down sign on the west-facing side of this road. Despite these efforts, I've witnessed daily accounts of vehicles going upward of 35 to 40 miles per hour in this 25-mile-per-hour zone, and I would honestly say it's rare to see cars going the speed limit here. It's a very fast part of the street. Not only do vehicles consistently come flying into the section of roundabouts from the west, threatening pedestrians and bicyclists, I've noticed a strong trend in vehicles rapidly accelerating when they start to leave that roundabout section, which seems to do with that transition from the tighter, congested roundabouts to that wide open section that I was talking about. After the intersection of Minter Street, which leads to rapid acceleration and speeding despite no change in the actual speed limit. This is particularly concerning for our community for several reasons, the first of which being the crosswalk that is located at the intersection of Civic Center Drive and French Street lies just a few hundred feet after this widening of the road, serving as a high-risk area for pedestrians. Obviously, this poses a threat for any pedestrians wishing to cross the street at this location, many of which tend to be children due to the high number of schools in the area. Not only is there a threat to the human life due to speeding in this area, but the opportunity for motorists to rapidly accelerate leads to auditory disturbances and overall increase in noise pollution, where several studies link noise pollution to adverse effects on sleep, mental health, and overall well-being. Clearly, there's a need for change along this section of the road in our city, and I would like to quickly propose some options to help mitigate the effects of this. At the very least, I would suggest the installation of another speed check sign on the east side of this, or the north side of this road, so that motorists going east out of this roundabout section would be encouraged to slow down. I realize this would likely be ineffective considering that there's a large number of motorists that completely ignore the one on the other side of the street. However, it would be a step in the right direction and would be relatively cheap for the city. The real issue of this road is how wide it is. There is a known association with the width of a road and a driver's perceived speed, where if the road looks and feels like a highway, a driver would be more inclined to drive much faster as a result. I would suggest a road diet, which is essentially making the road feel smaller so that drivers are less encouraged to drive at a fast speed, where they will subconsciously drive slower without even
Lane,
noticing
your
it.
time is up.
All right, thank you for your time. This will hopefully lead to a safer and more walkable city in the future.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the public speakers that are present. We'll now begin with the Zoom speakers. Zoom speakers, when unmuted, please announce your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Caller whose phone number ends in 388, please dial *6 from your phone or select the microphone icon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Mike Tardif. Concerning the SD 84 Transit Zoning Code rezoning, at the March 3rd train station meeting between residents and business owners, it was revealed that neighboring residents do not necessarily want to shut down all or even most industrial businesses, nor do they support an unjust land grab for the benefit of gentrifying developers. They seek a balanced approach that targets the bad actors who degrade both the business and residential neighborhoods. The speed at which these proposed zoning changes are being pushed forward is alarming. The draft regulations only came out in mid-January. That has left inadequate time and opportunity for stakeholders to digest, discuss, and collaborate regarding such a highly complicated and consequential set of regulations, which will encompass hundreds of businesses, properties, and jobs, up to $1 billion total valuation. Critical details need to be addressed, such as the questionable legality of the overly broad definition of and classification of noxious businesses. There are severe consequences of labeling a business as noxious, especially to businesses that are clean operations but may have a regulatory permit for a relatively insignificant portion of their business operations. The Planning Commission recently approved a gas station in West Santa Ana, which was classified as noxious. That noxious property will not be subject, on change of tenancy, to a permanent loss of their certificate of occupancy, as will a significantly less noxious business in SD 84. That is not equal protection of the law. That portion of the regulations needs extensive clarification. Given the consensus among many residents and business owners to find a fair resolution, we urge the Council to allow more time for clarification and collaboration. The city should focus on addressing the primary nuisance and polluting businesses, clarification of regulations, and consider removing the M2 overlay but allowing the M1 light industrial to remain. At the Planning Commission meeting, which reached a divided result, a representative of a significant portion of residents recommended that the M1 zone remain, but modified somewhat, and that the M2 zone designation be eliminated. We strongly urge the City Council that the moratorium be extended as allowed by California law, and to engage in a more collaborative process that protects both residents and businesses. Thank you.
Next speaker, Tim Johnson. Please unmute and make your comments.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members and the public. Appreciate the time. One of the items on your business calendar tonight is item number 15, which is the early direction on the fiscal budget, the upcoming budget. It seems like we're always talking budget, but it's coming up fast, and I just want to encourage the council to take a strong look at the budget, and especially with putting a time horizon of when Measure X is going to be decreasing. A third of that Measure X revenue is going to be decreasing in that 29 year. If you look on page 3, that's I'll call it the scary chart of that staff report, and when you see that big old gap that just widens, extreme widening there. And we just really have to start taking action on this now instead of waiting. And I know I keep saying this over and over. The Measure X committee has said that. I'm speaking on my own terms right now, although I am on that committee. But really encourage the council to take steps now in anticipation of that. It's not just about how can we increase revenue, but we have to be able to close that gap in there. And I would really encourage the public to get involved also. Let the council know if this is important to you. Otherwise, there's a lot of folks in the public in our city right now that is up in arms about the number of teachers that are impacted by budget cuts or staff cuts at the Santa Ana Unified School District, and that's foreshadowing of what may have to happen in our city if we don't take some early action on this. We know that this is going to happen. It will happen unless unless the voters extend it, unless there's some sort of action taken to be able to keep the major exit where it's at right now, which I don't know what the appetite for that is, but our city has a lot of employees, and you're not going to balance a budget with a $35 million drop in revenue by small little cuts. But if you prepare for it, you can make it happen. We still have time to prepare for it, but every year that it goes by, we lose that time. So please take some strong action, strong encouragement on that. And for the couple council members that have vacant seats on the Major X Committee, please find someone. We are one person away every time from not having a quorum, it feels like. So just please appoint someone. I appreciate it. Have a great evening.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes the public speakers this evening.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we're going to go to the consent calendar. Items 4 through 14 are before us. Council members, please announce any items that you will be abstaining from due to a conflict, and if there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion. At this time, Councilmember Becerra.
None.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to pull item 11 and item 12. Or actually just item 11. Apologies.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
No items.
Thank you. Councilmember Penalosa.
No items, Mayor.
Councilmember Fan.
Nothing here, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
I just have a comment on item 9.
Thank you. And I'm pulling item 8 for just a brief question. Thank you. All right. Do I have a motion and a second to approve the remainder of the item?
Second.
Okay, let me try this again.
Before anybody changes their mind.
Councilman Penalosa made the motion, second by Councilman Becerra. Let's prepare to vote, please. No change in your mind. Let's vote.
A motion by Councilmember Penalosa, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to approve the consent calendar items 4 through 14, with the exceptions of item 8, 9, and 11.
Make a comment on 9.
Mayor Pro Tem has a comment on 9. Yeah, we're pulling it. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Pending 3 votes still, please.
It's not working, but I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, mine's not working either, and I'm a yes.
Okay.
Mr. City Manager, we need new devices.
I'm a yes, Madam City Clerk.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
All right, go ahead.
Mayor and City Council, the first item pulled is item 8 by you, Mayor Mesqua.
Yeah, thank you. That was my item. Just really quick, Mr. Garcia, thank you for coming up. This is the appropriation adjustment to recognize homeless housing assistance and prevention programs. So just for the community that's watching at home and those that are present, this is the HAP funds. And I just, you have here that they'll be used for the navigation center.
Yes.
Followed by street outreach and engagement services. And then if you skip down a little bit, it talks about for homeless youth and foster youth. Can you just share a little bit about what that means? I think it's really important that the community and that we all understand what we're using using those funds for, especially when we're talking about outreach and for our foster youth, our transitional age youth.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and for the public. We get two main sources of funding, PLHA and HAP. And so HAP, the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program funding, we are currently going into round 6. We are seeking the authorization on round 5 right now. We submitted an application. We get as a city, we get the disbursement based on our population and our need. And so then we submit an application, and if approved by the state, then the money comes in quite a bit later. We submitted our application last January 2024. We received award notification in November of 2024, and now we're finally at the point where we can recognize that money. So the item tonight is to recognize that money. Now, we disperse that money not only for operation of our shelter, the Carnegie Navigation Center, but also for the outreach work that we do with CityNet. And we will be coming hopefully in about another 8 months with HAP Round 6 to recognize that award.
Mr. Garcia, how much of that money that we already received is for the Navigation Center?
About 3.8 million.
And I mentioned the foster youth. What are we doing?
We have to set aside 10% of the HAP 6, which is approximately $550,000.
And what do you do with that, sir?
We use that for working with the Tay Youth, and with HAP Round 5, we plan to use that internally with our staff to work with youth that are between the ages of 18 and 24 that are currently residing at the city shelter.
So that includes, and just for clarification, that would include vouchers?
That's correct. And it could include emergency rapid rehousing to move them out of the shelter into like a hotel stay, or if we can find a single room occupancy situation, and try to get those individuals into a voucher program with our housing authority.
Thank you for sharing that. Those are the questions I have. It's very important that the community understands what we do with that money, especially when we're talking about our foster youth and the Navigation Center, which is our homeless shelter. And I think, Mr. City Manager, if we calculated how much money we spent on that shelter every year, every day, it would really be a substantial amount of money that that we're providing services to those in need, homeless in need, and the families. So with that, I'll move the item. You have a second with a comment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm obviously going to be very supportive, excited to hear about the 6th round. I wanted to know if the scope of work for the future money that we'll be receiving is going to be different from this.
At this time, we're planning on doing a similar scope for the application for round 6 as well.
And why is that?
Because this would allow us to continue operating our shelter.
So we're using state money for the shelter?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I guess because we're going to be having a budget discussion, can the city's general fund absorb that cost?
It would be quite an undertaking to utilize general fund for these operations. So.
And speaks to the incredible importance of federal and state funding for local cities. However, I would like to see the scope of work for round 6 be expanded a little bit, just because you could use this round of funding for rental subsidies, move-in expenses, you could landlord incentives. So I think some of those type of work would be obviously welcomed by my office. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's prepare to vote, please.
Motion by Mayor Mescua, seconded by Councilmember Lopez, to approve the recommended action for item number 8, the appropriation adjustment for the Homeless Housing Assistance Prevention Program Round 5. Councilmember Becerra?
You do roll call?
Oh, I'm sorry, it just came up, so I was.
Does it shout?
Looks like we're still having issues with 2 devices. Councilmember Lopez?
I'm a yes. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Madam City Clerk, why don't we just do the votes that way through the evening so that we don't have to go through this every time? Thank you.
Mayor, the next item was a comment on item number 9 by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor, point of order really quick. I want to announce that my wife's contractions are 7 minutes apart, so I'm going to leave to drive her to the hospital. So please pray for us and pray for a
Remember,
healthy
breathe,
mom and
breathe.
baby. Yes.
Remember, breathe.
Congratulations.
I'll see you guys in a week or two.
Good luck. Good luck. Say a prayer for you.
Congratulations.
You're not leaving. You're not leaving. No, you're not leaving. You have to stay.
So exciting! Congratulations. I'm excited about that baby, but also this park that we're having on Bristol Street on Tolliver. We're gonna have a extended park. This is the first part of the park, and it's gonna be a long skate park along the edge there. It's gonna be a basketball court. We're gonna have benches for seniors. This is amazing. It's a needed space for community to come and be safe and feel safe and get out and do the work. And I want to thank the staff for writing this grant, for being able to pull this off. And I'm very appreciative. So I just want to give you the thank you right now.
Thank you.
You making a motion?
I'll second your motion with a brief comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank our city staff who worked day in and day out to make sure that these funding sources, the California Natural Resources Agency, Urban Greening Grant, the Federal Clean Water Protection Enterprise Fund, and the total estimated construction delivery cost of $4.5 million. This is an investment in the Santa Ana community, and in alignment with some of the comments from our constituents, this is the city taking a vacant lot and converting it into open space. And this is very similar to what we've done in King Street and Artesia Pilar, as well as Ed Carruthers Park, where you will have a turf area and a stormwater reuse system underneath, a bioretention basin. And this right here is not only going to create open space, but this is going to help our environment. It's going to make sure that we're able to capture water and reuse it in our city. And I'll second your motion, Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. Thank you.
No other comments? Let's vote, please. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank staff, but I think most importantly, I do want to thank the Neighborhood Association, the 2 young women that really fought and advocated on behalf of their community. And part of why we're seeing this item today is because the community there said multiple times there is no park, there is no green space in our neighborhood, and this is important to us. And so I just really want to thank them for their advocacy, and I want to thank the neighborhood. And I'm really thrilled to be supporting this today. Thank you.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to approve the 5 recommended actions for item number 9, inclusive of determining that pursuant to CEQA, the actions are exempt from further review. Councilmember Peñalosa? I'm sorry, Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with a recorded absence by Councilmember Peñalosa. Motion carries.
Thank you. At this time, that's the end of the consent calendar. We'll be going into the business
I'm
calendar.
sorry, Mayor, there's actually one more item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Item number 11 was pulled by Councilmember Hernandez.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam City Mayor, and thank you, Madam City Clerk. I'll be very brief with this item. This item pertains to construction on the Civic Center corridor. We were very fortunate over the last couple of years that the County Board of Supervisors allocated monies to beautify the Civic Center corridor. They also fixed their parking structures and fixed a lot of their buildings alongside the Civic Center corridor. I believe that the City of Santa Ana should have been in alignment with that vision, and I'm very thankful that unanimously every single one of my colleagues feels the same way. Over the last year, we worked to find funding so that we can repair Civic Center between Shelton to Flower Street. This is going to be a very significant investment in the Civic Center corridor. that is going to make sure that our Civic Center is uniform from Fairview all the way down to the end of it, which brings us to the beautiful Logan neighborhood as well as our train station. This will be a project that will consist of reconstruction and resurfacing of existing pavement, the replacement and installation of missing and damaged curbs, gutters and sidewalks and wheelchair ramps alongside Civic Center Drive between Shelton Street and Flower. This will also beautify the sidewalk for residents of Washington Square and Willard. And this is a total estimated construction delivery cost of $1.1 million. I just want to thank my council colleagues for supporting this project, and I'll make a motion to move this item.
I'll second it with a comment. Mr. City Manager, or I'm sorry, Deputy City Manager, I didn't look up, I apologize. It states it here, public outreach, and that was part of the conversation we had the last meeting. And it says prior to construction, they'll contact the Washington Square and Flower Park Neighborhood Associations and Heroes Elementary to distribute construction update materials. And when is that? Is that a 2-week period? 2 weeks before or a month before? What are we doing?
Executive Director Nabil Saba, if you could answer that question, please.
That was part of the conversation from our last meeting, how important outreach is to the community, because what ends up happening, as we all know, we get emails up here from people who don't know, didn't know, or are confused about what's happening. So what is the timeline for the outreach to our community?
We will start the outreach within 2 weeks of the award of the contract and way prior to construction. So we will be meeting with the neighborhoods as we normally do and send out flyers to all affected residents within 1,000 feet radius of the project. And again, we do meet with the neighborhood associations, and we make sure that we are in touch with them. So the material will be going out within 2 weeks prior to construction.
So you said way before, those were your words? So
way before, yes.
2 weeks before, or you're saying?
Once we award, within 2 weeks, we're going to send out all the notices. And then before we start construction, we will notice again.
And before you start construction,
Correct.
You'll meet with the neighborhood associations and then notify the neighbors again?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's prepare to vote, please.
A motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Mayor Mesqua, to approve the 4 recommended actions for item number 11, inclusive of determining that pursuant to CEQA, the actions are exempt from further review. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez? Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 5 ayes, no nays, with absences by Councilmembers Lopez and Peñalosa. Motion carries.
So we're short a council member, so if anybody else needs to get up and leave, please let us know. We'll take a quick 3-minute break. We need to maintain 4 at all. Oh, there's 5 of us. Okay, apologize. You guys sneak out on me, so don't sneak out. Okay, it has to be 4 of us at all times, right, Madam City Attorney? All right, here we go. Okay, now we are going to the business calendar. Item number 15 is the early direction for the fiscal 2024-25 budget. May we please have our staff report, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, our acting.
I apologize, let me ask, does the City Council need the staff report? We discussed it last week. Do you want the staff report?
The presentation, yes.
Okay, perfect, let's go ahead with the presentation.
Acting Director Alex Trinidad from our Finance and Treasury Department agency will help, along with Assistant City Manager Kat Downs.
It is a long time.
Again, I'll make a statement that if anybody else needs to get up, we'll take a 5-minute break, so please let me know.
Ready? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. The purpose of tonight's report is to provide information about the upcoming budget and future expectations for the general fund, and obtain City Council direction on a handful of items to help build the proposed budget.
I'm sorry, can you introduce yourself again? I know you did at the last meeting, but Councilmember Fan doesn't remember. He didn't. Yes, he spoke last meeting. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Sure.
Please.
I'll do a brief introduction. So my name is Alex Trinidad. So I've been with the city for 6 years now. The last 3 years has been as assistant director, working with Kat. So been working on the budget on the back end. So you guys haven't seen me much, but I'm familiar with the process, and so I think I met most of you, but that's it.
So can you use a louder voice, okay, so we can all hear you?
What's your title?
Thank you.
What's your title?
Oh, dear goodness. All right, we don't need your sign, Alex. Okay, let's get to business. Okay, no.
It's Acting Director Trinidad. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Speak loud and clear to the mic, and they won't bother you anymore, please.
All right. All right, so the community outreach started in January, and we plan on visiting as many groups around the city through end of April. The survey is available in 3 languages, and postcards have been distributed to all council members. And all feedback received by April 30th will be presented to City Council on May 3rd. The presentation focuses on the general fund, the city's primary operating fund. For the benefit of the public, the general fund accounts for unrestricted revenues, such as property tax and sales tax, which supports essential services. It funds public safety, including police, fire, and ambulance services. It also supports park maintenance, recreation, library services, code enforcement, and many other community programs. Up next is the most recent update to the general fund 10-year outlook. Before we dive in, I wanted to highlight a few key assumptions used in the outlook. It includes only recurring revenues and expenditures. It relies on the best available information and applies inflationary factors to all other projections. A full list of assumptions is provided on the slide. The outlook's graphical results indicates that expenditures are growing faster than revenue, leading to a potential deficit starting in fiscal year 25-26. One of the major revenue sources, sales tax, is experiencing a modest 2.1% increase for fiscal year 25-26, based on the consultant's latest estimates from January. This growth aligns with trends observed statewide. We do expect to receive an updated sales tax estimate in early April. As the budget is finalized, projections for fiscal year 25-26 may continue to change. When the Measure X rate decreases in 2029, the deficit is expected to widen significantly. As we consider balancing options, we may explore potential department-wide adjustments while aiming to minimize service impacts. The Measure X spending plan is also available as a potential resource if reductions are necessary. We welcome City Council's input to help guide budget adjustments and set priorities. The Measure X Citizen Oversight Committee met on March 12 to formulate recommendations for fiscal year 25-26 budget process. The recommendations are to establish a plan to prepare for the imminent loss of Measure X revenue, including robust public communication, set aside Measure X revenues today for future use when the Measure X rate decreases in 2029 and expires in 2039. Favor one-time spending from Measure X revenues for revenue-generating projects. Next, we have several topics where we seek City Council direction. Even though each slide contains a question, we look forward to hearing from City Council at the end of the presentation. The city has an estimated $60 million in one-time general fund dollars available, as reported in the mid-year update report. Up next, we'll go over potential options for how this funding could be used. We'll now look at options for generating additional revenue to help support the budget. The Bristol and Edinger parking lot is used for community events, including the popular Friday Night Munchies. To improve its usability and support future events, a $250,000 investment is proposed for upgrades such as fence painting, gate installation, lighting enhancements, parking lot resurfacing, and minor landscaping. These improvements would help turn the lot into a revenue-generating venue for community events. Would the City Council consider adding $250,000 for these improvements? With the growing need for meeting spaces, the Santa Ana Senior Center offers centrally located option for city-owned parking and capacity for up to 125 people. A small investment in future furniture and fixtures could improve its functionality. If directed, staff can develop a funding proposal and explore expansion options. Would the City Council like staff to explore investment options to enhance or expand this space? The proposed investment for the Santa Ana Stadium includes expanding capacity from 9,000 to 11,077 seats, and adding a beer garden and refreshment area to enhance amenities and generate revenue. The estimated cost for these improvements is $5.3 million, covering construction and soft costs. Expanding the stadium could attract high-profile events, such as championships, professional soccer, boxing, wrestling, and concerts, and boosting revenue. A fee structure review would also help maximize revenue and offset costs. Would the City Council consider adding a one-time $5.3 million investment for these upgrades? If the City Council is interested, we will return with potential revenue estimates before the City Council finalizes on the spending decision. Built in 1989, the Santa Ana Police Department jail has seen declining revenue due to aging conditions and deferred maintenance. A $250,000 investment would help restore and expand its ability to house paying detainees and contract housing, increasing capacity and revenue while supporting public safety. Would the City Council consider a one-time $250,000 investment for these improvements? Okay, next, we'll review options for investing in city infrastructure. Santa Ana has some of the most heavily used OCTA bus routes, with over 600 bus stops citywide. Currently, only about 150 of those stops has shelters. There is a need to replace outdated or damaged shelters and install new ones at high-use locations. Public Works recommends a one-time $250,000 allocation to improve shelters at 16 locations. Would City Council consider including this funding in the budget? The Code Blue emergency units in downtown Santa Ana provide direct emergency access with surveillance cameras and emergency buttons. However, they need upgrades due to the phase-out of 3G technology. A $79,000 investment would replace 13 units with upgraded 5G LTE technology, ensuring reliable emergency communication. Would the City Council consider including this funding in the budget? To prevent water contamination, the city must comply with state and local regulations for backflow prevention. Over 80% of the backflow prevention assemblies are currently non-compliant. A $500,000 allocation would fund testing, repairs, and replacement to ensure compliance and reduce regulatory risk. Would the City Council consider including this funding to meet state regulation mandates? Road conditions in the Majestic, MacArthur Place, and Columbine areas have made it challenging to attract businesses and lease space to tenants. A one-time $1.5 million investment would repair roads, improve accessibility, and support business growth in these key areas. Would City Council consider including this funding in the budget? The city acquired 28 Civic Center Plaza last year as part of the long-term plan to redevelop the Civic Center. The building is in poor condition and needs to be demolished. The city has $4.3 million in state funding for demolition, but it must be used by December 2025. There are a few options for moving forward. The city could wait to secure full funding and request a state extension. Another option is to use the $4.3 million to demolish only the interior, leaving the shell until more funding is available. The city could also negotiate with the county to transfer ownership of the plaza of the fountains and use the funds to demolish that structure instead. Staff is seeking City Council direction on how to proceed with the demolition of the 28 Civic Center Plaza. Okay, so next, we will review options to support the city's long-term fiscal stability. In 2021, the city refinanced a portion of its pension debt, reducing costs and allowing savings to be deposited into the Section 115 trust for future pension expenses. The city has continued this practice, and in the current year, the city has approved an additional $3 million deposit to help manage future pension costs. Starting in fiscal year 25-26, the city may not be able to contribute as much to the trust. Setting aside these funds helps earn interest and ensures money is available when pension costs rise due to lower than expected CalPERS investment returns. Would the City Council support this contribution or recommend a different amount? The city's general fund reserve is expected to be 18% of recurring revenues per policy, which is currently estimated at $75.5 million for fiscal year 25-26. Shall staff leave additional funds in the general fund reserve? Next, we'll go over recommendations for the recurring operating budget. Staff recommends including these items in the proposed 25-26 budget. So the city charges fees for services that benefit individuals, such as plan check reviews. These services are provided by city employees, and the cost of compensation has increased. To account for this, staff recommends raising miscellaneous fees by 4.76%, in line with the increase in the consumer price index. Shall staff include a 4.76 increase to miscellaneous fees in the budget? Due to potential budget constraints, a revised allocation for city events has been proposed. The updated plan is presented here for consideration. Does the City Council have any alternative direction on event funding? A $200,000 recurring allocation is proposed for 25-26 to support the arts. The Arts and Culture Commission will be recommend how to distribute the funds based on community priorities. If this funding is added, it may require shifting resources from other programs. Shall staff include this allocation in the budget? AB 2561, which became effective on January 1st, 2025, requires local public agencies to hold an annual public hearing on job vacancies, recruitment efforts, and hiring challenges before adopting the final budget. As part of the June public hearing, staff will present job vacancy data, recruitment strategies, and hiring barriers to ensure compliance. If any bargaining unit has vacancy rates of over 20%, additional reporting will be provided. So this is just a preview with more details to be shared during the public budget hearing. Next steps include reviewing the preliminary results of the budget priority survey and outreach efforts, along with a draft general fund summary on May 6th. A draft version of the budget, miscellaneous fees, and capital improvement program will be prepared mid-May. City Council feedback will be incorporated to ensure alignment with community priorities on May 20th. And then the public hearing will be held on June 3rd. And then the final adoption budget will be placed on June 17th. Okay, so that concludes the prepared presentation, and staff is available for questions and direction.
Thank you, Alex, very much. So I'm going to start down this way with the Mayor Pro Tem. If you guys remember, please, 3 minutes, 3 rounds, because this always turns to a really healthy conversation up here. So 3 minutes, 3 rounds. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you so much. I like the idea of thinking forward and that vision, moving forward to invest in our city, so I do appreciate what you proposed here. With Bristol and Edinger, it seems like we're gonna invest a little bit to get back a lot. It's like a blue lot, but it's a lot bigger and in the center of Santa Ana. And I would like to incorporate the little green area across the way so we can have other events there. Also support the conference space at the senior center if it's not too much, or it's not a number, but I do support using that for economic development. I want to have a meeting about the Santa Ana Stadium. It's a lot of money, so I want to know all the refurbishing we're going to be doing. So I want some more information to see how it looks and where all the people who are going to rent it are going to be, like, where are they coming from? So, but I like the idea. It's great, but I need some more information on the jail improvements to use the funds. As long as we're not working with ICE, we don't work with ICE. Let the public knows there will be no ICE holds there. So I'm okay with the upgrades a little bit to get back a lot there. I appreciate that as well. The bus shelters, yes, please. Students often ask me for more bus shelters. I think I asked for one across from Godinez. The students at Godinez, the Grizzlies, asked for one right across their school. There's no shelter, and the sun is hitting them as they get out of school. So please support the Grizzlies in that. Yes to the Code Blue emergency system upgrade here that we need to support and be safe in downtown Santa Ana. And let's keep our water safe as well with the cross-connection compliance. Let's see what else we have here. If we could set money aside for a future pension costs to save money there, that would be great. For the city events, yes, this is great. We reduced some city events, but we kept the ones that we do have strong. I do appreciate you I do support all of these events on here, so that's great. The arts funding, we truly support. This is what brings us character. This is the charm of Santa Ana. We are an artist city, so let's support the artists. This is what's bringing people down to downtown Santa Ana. So I'm gonna support that, and that's what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. I mean, where do we even start? I mean, I really hope that the residents continue to look at that chart that was attached to the presentation, because it really speaks to the emergency that we're in, and that's how we should be treating this process. And that's how we should be operating when we're talking about where we're going to spend and how much we're going to spend. Because again, I actually agree with the comments that Tim made earlier when he called in. So I think for me, I'll start off with some of the things that I saw in the presentation, and I will talk to the things that I'm supporting or have questions about. And then I will also kind of go into some of the things that I'm willing to start cutting this upcoming fiscal year. So with the Civic Center Plaza, I think that if you're going to demo the plaza, you should and you will and you must salvage the Sergio Cadiz tiles that are here. And frankly, I don't know that we necessarily have the expertise to do that in-house. So if this is something that the council wants to move forward with, I want to see a plan as to how that's going to be managed. I also think that the city should look to allow for some sort of revenue generating use, whether it's a higher intensity land lease to the private sector or the establishment of an enterprise fund for the conference center complex, hopefully both. And moving on to the prepaid pension debt, I think for me it's really, really important. This is something that we started to really address in 2021, Kat, you'll remember this. It's incredibly important for the fiscal stability of this city. And so you should be doing this at every opportunity that you have, this council and every single future council. And so I think we can move on to part of what was in the presentation, the jail. I understand why you're making the request, but I would like to discuss this a little bit more in depth because we always talk about no city resources being used to detain, folks, or cooperating with ICE, but there is conversations, and so we've had those conversations. Attorneys have flagged some of these issues with their jails, and so before I make a commitment, before I support this item, I just want to talk to staff about how the renovation will possibly offset that. Regarding the stadium, I would like to see an RFI request for interest for local venue promoters and operators for the design concepts. I think ideally I would love to see something like the Garden Amp, which can host 3 separate concerts at the same time in a small footprint, because it's not like you're going to expand the stadium, but I am supportive of renovations, and I would like to see very, very smart renovations at the stadium, especially because of the dollar amount that you're talking and the one-time use funds that we currently have that you're asking for support from. In terms of money for the one-time use, future reference, I will always go back to the things that I've heard from my constituents, investing in the local streets. Right now we use asphalt to repair some of the sidewalks. We've been asking, why can we use concrete, right? And this is a conversation that's been happening for a really long time here. We want to make sure that the sidewalks in Morrison Park and Park Santiago and Marbury Park and Edna Park, the streets 17th to Grand, Tustin to 17th are refurbished before any other investments are made. That's incredibly important for us. Again, I talked about the citywide resurfacing or refurbishing of the alleys, which again, I hope that we can get to quicker than 15 years. We are going to continue to ask for the bathroom renovations at Edna Park, at Cabrillo Park, and moreover, the shade structures that the kids need when they're using these playgrounds and these parks.
Councilmember Lopez, I'll come back to you for a second round, please.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to city staff for a wonderful presentation today. I'll make my comments, I'll streamline them in terms of where I'm supportive and where I'm not supportive. The first area of importance to me is going to be balancing options for our budget. I am supportive of staff taking a look at a department-wide adjustment to align our spending with resources while minimizing service impacts. I know that if we look at a potential option to make some adjustments across all of our departments, it'll be an equitable approach to the budget shortfalls that we're projecting for 2030. And it's a balanced and fair approach that I feel should be afforded to each of the departments. I'm also supportive of Measure X, the citizens' oversight, establishing a plan to prepare for the imminent loss of the Measure X revenue. I am supportive of setting aside Measure X revenue today for future use. I would like to see a minimum of at least $5 million set aside through our Measure X so that we can gradually start to prepare to build a fund to prepare us, to be able to fund whatever services may need us to make adjustments. I am also in favor of one-time spending for Measure X for revenue-generating projects. In terms of potential revenue-generating projects, I am supportive of us investing in the Bristol and Ettinger parking lot. It is adjacent to Mater Dei. It's adjacent to some very good restaurants as well in the city. And there's a large number of residents who are already utilizing this parking lot for Friday night munchies. There's car shows that happen there as well. And this $250,000 investment is going to provide fencing, painting, gate repairs, lighting upgrades, and a parking lot overlay and striping and landscaping to enhance usability for future events. I can see our city utilizing this location every single weekend to generate revenue. And I think that would be great. I'm also in support of investing in our senior center that we have at 3rd and Ross. The city needs to have more meeting spaces. The demand is growing, and our residents and children and families continue to see a rise in a space where they can come together as community. The senior center is a beautiful space that is commonly used by our residents. I think if we are to invest in furniture and beautifying the inside of that location, we can see families reserve it for quinceañeras. We can see nonprofit organizations reserve it to host events. And I think that that's a win-win for the community. And it's an investment in the downtown. I'm also supportive of the Santa Ana Stadium expansion and upgrades. The only stadium that we have in our city is right here off of Civic Center and Flower. This stadium currently has a capacity of 9,000 people. I'm supportive of us adding an additional 2,077 seats, increasing the capacity to 11,077 seats. I would like to see us add a beer garden, a refreshment area to enhance amenities, generate revenue. There's also licensing that allows for tequila and different alcohols to be sold there. That can help us generate revenue. In terms of the expansion of high-profile events like boxing or mixed martial arts or professional soccer or wrestling or concerts, I would like for us to, as city staff, to prepare a plan as to how we anticipate to generate this revenue. That plan should include tangible target dates. It should include deadlines as well. And I am supportive of an RFI. Request for information for people that are interested in utilizing it, whether you're a boxing promoter, a mixed martial arts promoter, a concert promoter, somebody who throws cultural events. I think this provides a gateway for that, whoever that may be, to reach out to the city through a transparent public process. And then we can really have a high-level, approach to what is being proposed to our city. What is there an interest in using this stadium for?
Councilor Hernandez, I'll come back to you, please.
Thank you. And I'll finalize my comments, if that's okay, Madam Mayor, just very briefly. The 28 Civic Center Plaza demolition options, I'll be very brief there. I am supportive of us working with the county to transfer the Plaza of Fountains under the condition that we protect Sergio Ocadis's art that was created in 1972. This is art that unfortunately was covered in the year 2000 when City Hall was renovated. I would want to urge that we work with the Ocadis family as well as with professionals who can help us restore this art. It is not only important to the community, but it's important to the city of Santa Ana. Sergio Ocadis was an artist that created art for decades here, and he was a pupil of Diego Rivera. And so that talent is here in our backyard at our City Hall, and we should protect it. And that'll finalize my comments here, Madam Mayor, and I'll wait for our next round. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to cut your next round short. You have 5 minutes. Okay. Councilman Becerra, 3 minutes, please. I'm trying to be fair here.
Maybe. Thank you, Mayor. So quick question. So the city's received cost estimates to demolish both 28 Civic Center Plaza and the Plaza of the Fountains. So would the county help fund the demolition since the county also wishes to demolish the Plaza of the Fountains?
Not at this time, no. So we are in discussion with the county is transferring somehow that part of the ownership to us, which minimizes their cost. So that would allow us, kind of like the request, like Councilmember Lopez said about RFI, how it means to consolidate that area.
Okay.
Right. So we are in discussions. They prompted the discussion. I think they're open for the transfer, which is looking to see what the impact will be for us, and that's the key. So, and just to put it in perspective, and not to overstate this sign is literally how we acquired the state building, right? and what it meant to purchase the building and where we're at with the money that's surplus.
Perfect. And I wanted to express my support for you to work with the county to try to see if there's a possibility for the transfer, and then also to possibly work with the state to see if there's a potential for a time extension on the 4.3 million. I would like more specifics on what the upgrades for the proposed 250,000 would look like for Bristol and Edinger. Like, I'd actually like to see some items, because maybe it is 250,000 worth, maybe it's not. So I'd like to see what those items are. I support at least $1 million allocation to the Section 115 trust for the pension debt obligations for the city. I'm supportive of the staff's recommendation to allocate $250,000 towards modernizing and enhancing the safety at our jail. I would like more information on the costs that go into the renovation of the senior center. I like the idea, and I appreciate that staff's thinking about how to take our existing assets and look at generating revenue from them. So I would just like to see what sorts of improvements you would like to make there. I support the addition of the 2,000 plus seats at the stadium. I'm so glad that all of us are talking about taking what is already an existing asset and enhancing it and utilizing it to our advantage. But given the large upfront costs to hold events at the stadium, I would like to have staff come back to the council with a cost comparison of what it means to continue to have the turf versus actual natural grass. So that's something I would like. But also with that, though, we can't keep ignoring the fact that the locker rooms are not, let's just say they're not in mint condition. And so I would like to see us put together a plan for the stadium. I mean, because we're talking about these things, and I get we're not going to fund all of it at once, but let's start to map it out long term. What do the improvements look like that will attract the right folks to come in? The staff report states that staff seeks council concurrence, regarding one-time funding of $1.5 million for road improvements to enhance business retention and attract new businesses around Majestic, MacArthur Place, Columbine, and Hutton Center. Now, those improvements aren't just going to help that area. They're going to help the entire city, because obviously we see a lot of high-ticket clients, occupants in that area. And so what I would advocate for is that rather than us continue to lose tenants in that area, that we actually make that a reoccurring investment in the area. And it looks like I'm running out of time, so I'll come back for my second round. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you respecting the time. Councilmember Fan.
No to everything. I'm just kidding.
And you want me to call you
ACM
MPT? Is that what this is about?
I mean, if the shoe fits. Okay, so yes to the Bristol Edinger. I'm just going to go through the slides. Yes to the Bristol Edinger parking lot. Yes to the senior center. I actually think that would be a really great location for everyone to meet. The stadium expansion, I'm very excited for that. If we do invest it, do you know when the construction might start?
So it goes back to this whole request. So we can do an RFI and at the same time an RFP request for something like that. So for something like that, we would probably need to move quickly to ensure compatibility with, again, the Olympics and a potential World Cup coming to California. So for us, it would be a very tight type of schedule.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited for that anyway, but I just wanted to have that. Regarding the jail improvements, I would like to have some more information regarding that. It's not the biggest ticket item here, but I am curious as to the specifics regarding the contract housing and what we estimate to be the revenue that would return to us with this investment. Bus shelters, definitely support this. We have we have more bus riders in the city than anywhere else in the county, and it's just something that we really need to invest in. It's a lot safer for our residents, especially as things get really hot. Cold Blue emergency system upgrades, I would support that. Of course, anything water is going to be supported by me. You're welcome, Caesar. Road improvements to support business growth. I do agree with this. I'm not yet sold on the recurring costs, only because I do want to see where we're at next fiscal year. So I do support the one-time funding as of right now, but definitely open to the idea of recurring costs in the future. The demolition options, I would like to see them to happen at the same time, right? We might as well save some money, but let's continue to work with the county. I think that it just makes sense for them to collaborate with us and achieve both goals. Future pension costs set aside, I definitely support the $1 million. If we are able to set aside more, I would like to see that. We can leave the general fund. I'll get back to the general fund reserve options right now at a later time. I support the miscellaneous fees increase. Now, of course, that's because of CPI. We're not making any money. We're not making any revenue. It's just the cost of providing the service. I'm good with the city events as is. I really appreciate staff doing the hard work of trying to figure out, select, which events to keep, which to remove, and keep all of us and our residents happy. I would love to see Fiestas be 3 days because the UVSA Tech Festival is 3 days. I'm going to be on that ship until the end of time. I just think that as the preeminent, Latino American city here in Southern California, we really should make that our banner event every year. And there's no reason why it doesn't get more visitors, more coverage, more interest, more investment than the UVSA Tech Festival or any other events here in the county. So I would challenge staff to continue to expand it and make it even better. Arts funding, this was something that I think our artist community as well as our arts commissioners fought for a few years ago, and I think it's been extremely successful with us, so I'm glad to bring it back. I think that covers all of them in the slides. Thank you.
I'll come back to you, don't worry, thank you. All right, my time. Measure X Citizens Oversight, when my Commissioner Tim Johnson called in his plan, I'd like to see it. Mr. City Manager, I'd like more information on that. I know Tim's been involved from the very beginning. He was a commissioner before I came on board, so there's some good recommendations here, so definitely in support of that. I'm gonna try to go quickly because I know we're gonna have multiple conversations about the budget. Bristol Nettinger parking lot, supportive of that. We had talked about that before for some of the food trucks and whatnot, so I'm fine with that. The conference and space at the senior center. So I know many of us have, lots of love for our seniors up here. I'm there quite often, and my only concern is, and I want to talk about this, is how this is going to affect our seniors. What are we taking away from them, if anything, to grow this center? I'm not a fan of taking anything away from our seniors because after COVID, they lost programs. They didn't gain them, they lost them. And so I just want to make sure that we do not take from them. And I'm sure we're not. But they use it, they have parties, dances. They're far more active than probably any of us in this room. So I want to make sure that they continue to have that available to them and we're not interfering on their time because there's only 2 senior centers in this city. And they've actually approached us, and I think we talked about having, another senior center, and we don't have a location for that or the funding at this time. So the 2 that we do have, I'd like to make sure we keep them busy, keep them active, and that we're not removing programs to implement this. So I'd like more information about that, because when we cut budgets, we tend to cut sometimes children and seniors who need things the most. The Santa Ana Stadium expansion, I support it. We'll hear more from you as time goes on, so I don't need to go into detail about that. The jail improvements, it's a small amount. I will support that. We're gonna get revenue, we're gonna make some money there. It is not for ICE, so I wanna be really clear. It's not for ICE. Say it again, it's not for ICE. People actually pay to stay in jail and not go to county to serve their time. And so we can, I think it's like $180 or 120 a day or something like that. 150 to something, well, good, $153 a day, 365 days, that's a good chunk of change. So 20 people in there, I'm good with generating some revenue. So I support that. Bus shelters, definitely, we've had conversations about the bus shelters. And sitting on OCTA, I always have this conversation with them, and We need them throughout our city, so 16 of them, I'll support that, and maybe you can find some money for 16 more. Code Blue emergency system, definitely. It's in the downtown area. We need to have that for the downtown businesses. We need to have that for the people that go downtown to eat, go to the bars, and things of that nature. So I do want to support that. I want to be respectful of my time. I'm over. I'm going to stop there, and I'll come back on my next round. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I'm going to ask you for my wishes now. And these are one time, some achievement one time. So let's finish the Cypress fire station. Let's have it done. I came on, it was up in the air, and we had a plan, and it's still there, and it's boarded up, and it's, Councilmember Peñalosa said he saw some activity today, so I'm a little excited. There's something going on. I want street construction and not repair in Pacific Park in the same neighborhood. We have cement streets with asphalt patches everywhere. They patch up the sidewalks. They patch up the curbs. They reconstruct it with asphalt. That doesn't look really good. So really, please, let's get that put on top for the cement streets on Pacific Park. I want to make sure we keep investing in library programs and services. We're going to expand. We're going to have 4 libraries. It's been a while. So I want to make sure even at Jerome Park outside library that we do have programming and it's active and people are coming and they feel safe. The Delhi Library as well. The main library is going to come back on in New Hope. For our parks, I want to see the snack bars for Pop Warner and Little League Baseball to be OC health permitted with ice machines, soda dispensers, refrigerators. We charge them for these fields and we charge them for the snack bar. We should be supporting them with those things so they can make money selling their snacks during the game time. I do like where you're going with economic development and increasing the workforce there, so I want to continue that because if Prop Measure X is going to go away, we want to make sure we're getting bigger. We're finding ways to make money, so don't do away with our economic development crew. A mobile police station, so we can move around wherever we need them, maybe start on First or Bishop and Main, up and down Bristol, something that will help us out in hot spots, and they're not in an apartment or in a storefront, move them around wherever we need them, 6 months, 3 months. We want the ladies that came support Saley. I don't know, they really want to adopt and not buy, so it's not like the Walnut and Lacey Farm, it's like they want to adopt. So how can we support them with that? I want to support, it was mentioned before, you brought up a construction crew for the city to do away with all the red tape we have to go through, and I think Councilmember Peñalosa brought it up again. So let's have a construction crew to save money, but better yet, save time and money, and get things done that we need to get done really quickly and efficiently. I want traffic speed reduction efforts. You did a great job, the city. Thank you for what you did on Ross by Santa Ana High School, where you slowed down traffic. That was great. And they put little coins there, but I also want to say on Center Street and Elder in the New Horizon neighborhood by Diamond Elementary. I want a lighted crosswalk on McFadden and Ross. It's very hard to cross the street, especially if you're a senior or a child trying to go to school. So we do need a light, some kind of crosswalk, some kind of slow down the traffic on McFadden and Ross, and that's all I got for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for respecting the time. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, so back to how I want to see some of the one-time dollars be used. Again, it's going to be infrastructure for Worth Day. A constituent from Fisher Park let me know that River Lane is pretty cracked. They sent pictures, and they let me know that it's been about 3 decades since the road has been taken care of, and so that is going to be one of the priorities of the office. Sidewalk repairs off of Valencia. These are all things that I've shared with staff that I will re-up again via email so that you have them. We need speed bumps on Lincoln. It is so dangerous to be on Lincoln as a pedestrian because people are just flying by, and there's no stop signs between the neighborhoods. So we definitely need to prioritize that. And I definitely want, and I hope that I can earn the support of the of the council and creating a fund for bollards, traffic islands. These are the everyday requests that people from my district place with me. And I hope that people here can recognize the importance of investing in traffic mitigation. I support the Measure Act recommendations. These are some of the recommendations we've been echoing in past years. I also would like to see some of perhaps these fund time dollars or Measure X monies, depending legally if we can. But I would like for us to create a fund for, in case we need it, for any employee that is right now grant dependent that possibly may or may not lose their jobs. We don't really know what's going to happen, and I know that we have residents in this city that work for the city that have invested so much, and I want a safety net for them. And so I really hope that my colleagues will consider that and think about that and support the request. I will also be supporting the arts funding at $200,000. I'm supporting the bus shelter program. And I think, you know, I see my time is winding down, but I hope that city can really talk about page 10 of the staff report where you break down some of the federal grant funding and staffing, because I think it's important for the public to hear that and to understand why I'm asking for a safety net fund for our workers. And additionally, I am not supportive of reducing the Movies at the Park budget, and I actually want to know why there's a reduction. Is it less parks? What is that about?
I think we can do it in a different way. So we're looking at different venues. It's not so much canceling the movies at the parks, but evaluating how we're doing them, and I mean, still maintaining but lower the costs.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part?
It's continuing the movies, but evaluating the costs. Something like $10,000 per park seems like quite a bit, so we might look at it in a little different and see why it's costing so much.
Okay.
Because we have the items already within our infrastructure. That's the point.
And then you talked about how the rest of the events are getting a bump in the budget.
That's similar to the CPI increase, a minimal input to some of the costs that we're carrying.
Just like cost of labor, materials?
Yes, labor.
Okay.
And so the extent that we can maximize, for example, as Councilmember Fan said, sponsorship will minimize
Understood.
the impact.
I am supportive of staff recommendation, the $20,000 to support the outside entities to handle Juneteenth, Noche de Altares, and let's see, what else is here?
And just to clarify on that item, it's actually $20,000 for Juneteenth and $20,000 for the Noche de Altares, right?
Okay.
That's
Thank
a
you for the
combination component.
clarification. Okay. Well, I have, I'm happy to talk about the reductions during my next round of comments.
Thank you. And Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief with my comments.
You say that every time.
Hey, I'm working on it, but I'm supportive of the city events. Fiestas Patrias is an investment in our city. It brings together over 50,000 patrons and, more importantly, residents in our city. So I am supportive of that. It's staying in the downtown.
It's 80,000.
Yes. Say that again?
It's 80,000 attendees.
80,000.
Oh, more
wow.
than that.
So even more than that. And I'm supportive of the Chicano Heritage Festival at Centennial Park, but I would like to be transparent that I think that as we see the Delhi Park start to finish its construction of a library space, I see this event being an event that can travel to different Chicano communities. Delhi Park, Santa Anita community, Artesia Pilar, of course, it started there, Centennial Park. But I think what really makes this event special is that unique dynamic that if you go to the Delhi community, there's unique stories there as to, this being a community center that the city does not own, but it was started by the residents. Santa Anita community has rich history, that dates back to the early 1900s. So I think this is an event that should certainly travel. I'm supportive of the Juneteenth event going exclusively to, a nonprofit organization from our community, same as it applies to Noche de Altares and Viva la Vida. I'm supportive. I'm supportive of us investing in the arts at $200,000 recurring allocation proposed for fiscal year 25 and 26. The Arts and Culture Commission will review and recommend distribution to align with community priorities. I want to be on the record when I say that these monies should stay in Orange County. We shouldn't award monies to people who are outside of the state. These monies should stay here locally in our own arts community. I want to be adamant about that. I am supportive of the Code Blue emergency system upgrade. Residents of my district have benefited greatly from the usage of them in the downtown. It has also increased response times for us in the downtown, so I am supportive of the expansion. In terms of one-time funding, I am supportive of one-time funding being allocated for the revitalization of 5th Street between Rate and Fairview. This is an area that saw investment because of the streetcar. We recently added a street light to Sullivan and 5th Street. However, there are patches of this 5th Street corridor where the construction is not consistent. And I want to reiterate the importance of us having good, uniformed construction across our streets. It's not good to have asphalt and then have construction where you have smooth roads on one side of the neighborhood and on the other side it's badly damaged. So I would like for us, given that the entire Artesia Pilar neighborhood was repaved due to the streetcar, this is the last stretch of construction where construction is still needed. I'm supportive of the El Salvador Park Snack Shack being renovated, Angels Park having a crosswalk between downtown and Angels Park, hotel conversions in the Santa Anita neighborhood along Harbor, and construction in the Santa Anita neighborhood between 5th Street and Fairview and the Harbor corridor. And those would be my requests. And lastly is stop signs alongside Sullivan between McFadden and 1st Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just continuing where I left off. So I support the testing of water system backflow prevention assemblies. I think obviously it's important that we prevent contamination of our public water supply. Before I express support for the Code Blue emergency communication units, I'd like to know, or I'd like to see some stats as to how often they're used and how effective they are. In other words, when it comes to the city's response, is it similar to what we see for 911 or something else? So I would like to see what those stats are before we continue to invest in that particular technology. I support the staff recommended allocation to construct the new and replace the bus shelters at the 16 locations, but I'd like to know where those 16 locations are that you're proposing. And then to my wish list. So my items that I'd like to see. So I want to thank staff for including left turn signals at some of the intersections in Ward 4 before. I'd like to add, going into this cycle, Flower and MacArthur and Greenville in MacArthur. Street lights, not to be confused with traffic lights, I'd like to see along the west side of Bristol between Gary and Alton. And I believe there's about 1 to 3 that need to be done over there. Harvey Avenue and Carroll Avenue, those are both cul-de-sacs that end at Lily King. And right now at the end of those cul-de-sacs, there's no light as you approach the park. Speaking of Lily King, a basketball court, that's something that in doing my office hours over at the park, that was something that one of the young residents had suggested. And I think it's a great idea. I think some of my colleagues have already talked about, trying to reduce speeds through the city, speed humps, cushions. I know other than when Director Salva talks about warrant studies, the other thing he says is, well, guess how much they cost. So I think we want to see speeds reduced, especially in the middle of our residential areas. So I'd like to see more investment in that. I've already mentioned more consistent paving in areas like the Hutton Center and near First American Campus. They're generating revenue for the city. It makes no sense. We lost Ingram Micro because we had potholes that were as big as swimming pools in that area. And that's not an exaggeration. It's ridiculous. So we can't just say, well, we've got it on the same cycle as every other street in the entire city. We know some areas are more traffic than others, and some areas help us generate revenue to provide services to the rest of the city. Coming to the end here, security cameras along the Alton Bike Trail between Bristol and Orange Avenue. I know, Mr. City Manager, you had talked about some investment of the security along the Maple Bike Trail. And I'd like to see something similar or better along Alton. And then last but not least, I'd like us to put money towards funding a review of improvements that need to be made at our fire stations, like a master plan, because right now we've got stations that are about 50 to 70 years old. I mean, we've got some newer ones, but we've got some that are pretty darn old. And so I think it's important that we understand what kind of improvements we need. Just so you know, for everybody at home, we contract with OCFA for our life-saving and for paramedic services. But when it comes to the fire stations, the city owns them. And so we need to make sure that those stations are up to speed. I don't want to have us have a catastrophe in the city and for some reason we did not invest in our fire stations. That concludes my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on the general fund reserve options. I am definitely in support of leaving in additional funds if we can. I think that would be helpful for a rainy day. As to requests, I don't have any, very specific requests other than for us to, we really need to do something about Euclid. I know Euclid is very expensive. There's a lot going on, but I drive through that area every day. And it's really bad. It's really bad. There are potholes. It's really difficult, particularly if you drive from, Garden Grove through Santa Ana, through Fountain Valley. You know which part is Santa Ana. So I think it's really important, as many of us know here, it has the highest traffic-related pedestrian deaths in the city for any major roadway. And so I think we really need to do something about it, at least make it a little bit more comfortable. It does get a lot of traffic. Otherwise, I think that staff is on the right path with what we're looking to do, and that would conclude my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Wow, we're not adding this time to you. All right, so let me do mine. I'm going to start with 3 minutes. I want to go really quick to the staff report, Mr. City Manager. You have a section in here, a council member asked for it, on the tariff impact on sales tax. I think it's really important that we're aware of that you and the staff did look at that, and that you've looked at UCLA's economic forecast released on March 5th, 2025. And that it emphasized that conditions remain too uncertain to make definitive projections. And I appreciate that information in there, because just spending time in DC this last week, we heard it very clearly how every moment things change. And Alex is shaking his head in Kat, because by the minute, it was shared with us by Holland and Knight how people are losing their jobs. Cities can't afford to have certain services. Things are being cut. And so I hope they do not come knock on our door. We've been kind of quiet and not poking the bear, and I hope that we keep it that way so that they're not paying attention to Santa Ana and start taking our money. Because if they do take our federal money, as we've indicated before, we will lose jobs. We don't have enough money to keep people employed. We just don't. We would have to give a lot up. What do we give up in this city? And so I want to remind people, the council members, I so appreciate the conversation up here. And as the mayor, I have the whole city, and I can give you a list of every street in the city that I walk to, but we don't have that kind of money. Do we, Mr. City Manager?
I'm looking at Public Works Agency Director Nabil, he smiles. No, we do not have. But we can start, like I said, phase out and make some of those key improvements. I've been at Lincoln, right between like the councilman says, between 17 and Santa Clara, and you see them speeding quite a bit. And it doesn't take long, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and you see there's no stops, there's nothing that mitigates. So I think there's stuff we can do. Same thing on Fairview, Euclid, as you indicate, there has to be some mitigating components that we can look into. And so we will continue to work again with our federal partners, again, Holland and Knight, and same thing with the state, right?
That's right.
The reality is that we have taken up position to strong advocacy, which I think we lacked in previous years. And I don't say that in a derogatory or in a negative comment. I'm just saying that there's a key component that we need to muster with the state and use our partnerships with the assembly person here in our community, our state senators, and that's the key, right? So work with our partners to get Santa Ana its due.
Thank you. And we still have a shortage of police officers. You know, we're still trying to hire them. So when we talk about mobile police, I'm not quite sure how that would work, but we used to have cameras in the city and give people tickets. And so maybe that's somewhere where we need to look. I'm talking citywide. As far as in residential, maybe we put cameras in certain areas where there's a lot of traffic and people are speeding, because there's no way that police officers, we have enough officers to be on every street where people are speeding. I'd like to come to you and say that on the corner of 17th and Flower, I go there that way every single day. Instead of, you're supposed to turn left, right? When you're leaving City Hall, you're supposed to turn left. People go straight, and it almost causes an accident. I see it every day. I have never once asked for you to put an officer there. Why? Because I know we don't have enough officers to place there. But you could put a camera there, which is a lot cheaper than an officer. And then you give them a ticket, and they'll stop going that way because they'll get that $500 ticket that they need to pay, or $300. So I'm almost out of time here. The cross connection with water, I do support that as well. The road improvements, I don't know why people, I mean, my neighborhood has been, my street's been done 3-4 times since I've lived there. So I'm not quite sure why in Morrison Park people are saying the streets have not been paved. Maybe I'm just, I don't know. But in my neighborhood, they have been paved. So Nabil, I'm sure you have a study of when and how. They did cut my trees this week. Thank you very much in our neighborhood. So I'll be respectful of my time and I'll come back. But I want to just remind people, this is not, we did not win Lotto. I said it last year and I'll say it again. We did not win Lotto. We are on a very tight budget, very tight budget. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. Okay, this is your third time? That's my third time. I appreciate it. All right, thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, I had questions about the miscellaneous fees. The staff report talked about some fees for planning, which, okay, and then it talked about fees for Parks and Rec, and I wanted to know more about that. Specifically, what are you looking to increase in the Parks and Recs department?
These would be all of the use fees. We would recommend the CPI increase just as we did the other fees. Keep in mind that last year, City Council directed staff to keep the park and recreation fees at the same level. So there were no increases last year. We did do a CPI increase on other fees last year, but not on the park and rec fees. And so we're looking to do an across-the-board CPI increase this year.
For usage of facilities?
All fees in park and recreation.
You know, I understand, I think, why a recommendation would be made, because, as you just said, last year the council did not want to increase the fees, but this is something that I specifically hear about, reservation fees, things of that nature. So I'm uncertain at the moment.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
You have other stuff, Councilmember Lopez? So let me just piggyback on that really quick. I don't support increasing fees at the Parks and Rec. I just want to be really clear on that. The demolition, Mr. City Manager, I'll wait to hear back from you where we're going with that. Hopefully the county will help out with that. The future pension cost, I support that. General fund reserve options, definitely. Before I go any further, I also, from a citywide perspective, we have businesses in our city, and especially in our downtown area, that need the PR. And so I understand we have Travel Santa Ana. In my opinion, that's not enough. We need to really look at how we can help our city, our businesses in our city stay here, grow, generate revenue for them, for us. And so I'd like to talk about how much money we can put aside for PR for our businesses. And we've had conversations, you and I and a deputy city manager, about revitalizing downtown. How do we bring it back to life? With the trolley, it destroyed it, and then COVID. So my family's been here a really long time, like many other council members sitting up here. But I drove through it today on my way here, and it's just really sad. So empty buildings everywhere. And so I don't want to see that. And so I'd like to have a conversation about how much money we can spend from looking at it from the entire city. Down Main Street, there's businesses. Down Bristol, there's businesses. Because once Related starts construction, it's going to affect that ward and businesses are going to close down there. And the traffic's going to be so bad, people aren't going to want to go down that way. I know Councilman Becerra will stand there and wave them down, but it will not work. They will not go down there. And then the My Santa Ana app, I started asking for that when I first got elected to have it in Spanish. I'm waiting. I don't know, what is the timeline, Mr. City Manager or Deputy?
We are currently working with the vendor to integrate all of the information that we have. We're looking at a release date of May, so it's a little bit delayed, 2 months behind, but we're hoping for May.
We're hoping for May of 2025 or May of 2026?
2025.
I see Jack back there.
Yes.
OCTA tells me that every time we have a meeting. May of 20, now it's May of 2026.
And to add to it, so May, and it'll be in 3 languages.
Spanish, Vietnamese, and English.
Yes.
May of 2025.
That's the goal.
I hope everybody heard that.
That's the goal.
May of, Jack, I'm looking at you,
That's
Jack.
the goal.
May of, end of May now. No. Madam Clerk, stop my time for a minute. Deputy City Manager, you did not say end of May. You said May. So can you give me a rough date?
May 30th, 2025.
No, and not to belabor it, but again, it's been going on 2-3 years.
Oh, yes, it
Okay,
has.
but again, so we are moving, right? We have a vendor approved. It's just transferring that technology to ensure there's no added concerns. That's the key, right? We're gonna show we test. Again, this is a commitment for not just Spanish, it's for 3 languages, and to make sure that it flows smoothly. And so with technology, that's part of the concern, and that's part of the added aspect. We don't want to release something and have a mistake, kind of like when we talk about, right, the text message, and we were 10 days early, right? That kind of component.
I understand, and thank you, Mr. City Manager, with all your staff, the deputy, and Jack back there, and I know where Jack's office is. It's okay, I'll go find him and bug him. All right, so city events, I'm supportive of it. What I'm not supportive is that we move the Chicano event from Centennial and move it around to different, I'm gonna call them different barrios. I'm not gonna call them different parks. I'm gonna call them what they are. They're different gang areas. Yes, they're historical, some of them are beautiful. Not everybody in this neighborhood, and I know people are gonna put this up somewhere and say, I said this because they did this last time. They're beautiful neighborhoods, beautiful families. Some have been there generational. Great, I love our city, love the history. However, we had the first Chicano event, or when we had the Chicano event at Artesia Pilar, which is a gang area, sometimes there's gang activity. We had a stabbing and multiple fights. So that is not a family event. So if you move the Chicano event to the Delhi Park, that is what will happen again. And then you will need triple amount of police at the event. And that's what will cost us more money. So I am in support of the Chicano Heritage event. I think it's a great event, but I'd like it to stay at Centennial Park because the fire department, I don't know if you shared the report, but I've had many conversations just in passing. So somebody has to submit a PRA and say, Mayor, we want to know what date and time. In passing, how was it? Can you get in? Can you get out? And whatever they shared, but we have to have a park for events, all events, where fire, paramedics, police, horses, whoever can get in and get out safely. And if we start moving it to different neighborhoods in our city, just stand by, I'm gonna stand there in the corner and watch as a stabbing will occur or a shooting, because in this city, there's a lot of gang activity. We have multiple shootings. You can read about it in our singular emails every day. So I just want to be really clear. I support all the events, but I will not support moving the Chicano Heritage from Centennial, and I'll be respectful of my time, and I'll come back for my final. Thank you.
I only have one other comment, and Mr. City Manager, you'd mentioned the idea of partnerships with our state partners, right? So I'm hoping that you'll have a follow-up more sooner than later about Caltrans and our maintenance agreement that we're trying to iron out with them, because I think that'll be a huge cost savings for us if we can have our state partner help us on their land, which is becoming a nuisance for many parts of the city, not just Ward 4, but Ward 3, Ward 2, Ward 6. So we're seeing that they are unfortunately, one of our nuisances. And so I would appreciate some follow-up. I know we had a productive meeting with the governor's office, myself and the mayor and you. And so I'm hoping that we will have a follow-up more sooner than later. So that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief comment regarding, well, first I'd like to say, the Chicano Heritage Festival was something that it's just so wonderful. It is one of my favorite events. I had such a blast last year, and I think in huge part because it was at Centennial, and not because it's just in Ward 1, not because it's the best park in the city or the biggest park in the city with the most parking and really easy for everyone to get in and out, and the ducks and the least number of neighborhood impacts, but really because it has the space that we need in order to have the kids zone, the stage, restrooms, eating areas, and it's grassy. I find that that keeps it really cool, really clean, and so I really love it there. I really do love the idea of all these different neighborhoods being involved, but I just think that on a logistic level, especially since I see it growing every year, I just see this continuing to be one of our major events that I think keeping it at Centennial is going to continue to help that growth. I guess the other thing I wanted to learn more about, Councilmember Lopez, you had the idea of the like the fund for employees. I guess I would need more information regarding that because I'm really not sure, how much that would cost or what we would be doing, or if they're, I guess, employees funded by grants or, because in my mind I'm thinking of like unemployment. Right, unemployment insurance. So if we already have something like that on the state level, then anyone who is out of a job should be able to apply for that if they need it. So I think that's all I have for now based on what I heard.
All right, well, that's your third time. We're good. Okay, I have one. Oh, Councilman Hernandez, you had one. All right, and then one more for me, and we're done.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to share my comments in regards to the Chicano Heritage event. As a Chicano who advocated for the creation of this event and who's proudly a resident and homeowner of in Artesia Pilar, I live in the neighborhood adjacent to El Salvador Park, where this event started. Since the creation of this event, we have not seen violence to the level that this park once saw. Growing up as a kid at that park, it was not a safe place. I went to Fremont Elementary, Spurgeon Intermediate. I know the history of this park very well. My family's been there since 1956. Since this Chicano Heritage event, there has been a level of pride and a level of camaraderie and a level of safety that families should always be afforded. And so I just want to share that this event has changed the story. It has helped redefine how families are celebrating in our parks. How are they utilizing our amenities? This is an event that brings together, children and families, and it is shared, a common message about unifying our families, being proud of where we come from, and we do that in our Santa Ana parks. Some ideas that I have as to how we can bring the Chicano heritage to these respective neighborhoods is partnering with organizations like the Delhi Center, where we can activate the Delhi Center and highlight the local history of that respective community. We can work with the Santa Anita Community Center to activate it to host events during Chicano Heritage Month. We can activate the City Hall Plaza. We can activate El Salvador Park, and we can have the culmination take place at Centennial Park, the grand event. But I think it's important for us to activate these respective Chicano communities, because that is actually how we're going to create public safety. These are communities that have historically been criminalized, dating back to the 70s. But what did the 60s look like for them? Chicanos were civil rights leaders. Chicanos were pioneers in bilingual education. Chicanos were pioneers in labor. My grandfather was a part of the labor's union for over 40 years, helped build some of these freeways. The 70s and 80s saw a very different climate for Chicano families. And that's why if we're going to create public safety for these families that have been generationally wounded because of historical gang violence and because of hyper-policing, we have to start somewhere, and that's meeting them where they're at. We have to go into their neighborhoods. We have to invest money in them. We're doing that in Artesia Pilar. We're doing that in Santa Anita. And I think bringing events to these respective communities, especially in a community like Santa Anita, there's a gang injunction. There are more opportunities for kids to join gangs than there are for them to go to college. We as a city need to change that. The Chicano Heritage Festival provides the platform for children to see themselves in a positive light. It educates them about the history and the plights that we fought through during the civil rights movement. And so I just wanted to mention that the Chicano Heritage event is a reflection of our community, and that's why this event is so well received. That'll conclude my final comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, I heard the comment about the businesses earlier, and I have to say that as the council is exploring and increasing the fees, I really would like to see the permitting process be a little bit more continuous. Sometimes the feedback that I get is very mixed. Business owners can have an incredible experience, and they certainly have let me know that, and I appreciate that feedback. And sometimes it's not good feedback. Sometimes they tell me they have to go back and forth to the counter, and they want to know why they weren't giving certain advice to begin with. And so I think in order for us to support the creation of more businesses in our city, especially small businesses that are coming from our own constituents, I want to see the process be more continuous, some sort of checklist in place if we don't already have it. And I know, Ali, the department is going to be in really great hands with you. But this is part of the change that I want to see. And so, I think that we can do much more to improve the experience of a first-time business owner so that we can help them open up their business within a six-month time period, whatever timeline they have, because part of the feedback that I get is, look, we weren't able to open within this time frame, so we're paying rent, but we're not able to generate revenue. And so those are the things that I would really, really love to have a further conversation with staff to figure out how do we make sure that the process is continuous, transparent, giving people as much information as possible up front. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez, because I had a conversation with Mr. Garcia yesterday about that exact issue. I remember Mr. City Manager, we talked about that, helping our businesses get through the process quicker and not waiting 2-3 years to get approved. And I believe Mr. Garcia shared that on the first floor, there's an office now where business could go in. Can you share a little bit about that, please?
So with the addition of the 3 economic specialists we actually have folks that interact are there waiting to kind of help new businesses navigate through the process. We, at the last council meeting, we also did a presentation on PBX. That was our attempt, that is our attempt to kind of formalize those 2 issues where we try to make sure that depending on the tenant improvements, right, we're not building new and it's just a matter of making, that type of renewing a business license, opening a new business, and tenant improvements that don't require the construction of new structures, that we can minimize that time delay. That's the key.
Okay, thanks. And with ADUs too.
No, you use your third one. I'm sorry. I'm not done yet. My time's not up, but I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Pham, and then I'm going to finish, and then we're going to move on. Is it a crisis? All of you have said that tonight, really quick. Councilmember Pham, hurry up, go ahead really quick.
Thank you. So I was, I think I was mistaken because I was under the understanding that we had funding for lighting at some of the parks. But I think maybe that was just a conversation that I've had before, but it wasn't proposed in this budget.
So part of our Centennial Park improvement that was just approved includes lighting at some of the parks.
But that's at the dog park, right? But
No,
not.
it's not just the dog park. People keep saying just the dog park.
Well, because I'm really,
Right.
so one of the issues that have been brought up a lot, especially by our youth soccer leagues, our residents, is lighting in the big field. I think it's field
Yes.
5, 6.
Right.
And that's where we have all of our big events. We have July 4th event, it gets dark.
Right.
The TEP Festival or, Lunar New Year, it gets dark. And the lighting there would really help to activate the park, especially when in the winter time it gets dark at 5 p.m. and you still have these kids, these families out there. You want them to be out there until the park actually closes, but it's dark and scary and,
So we can look at that.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that it is under consideration, because I think it would be really great
Because
for our
I
residents.
think we can look at Centennial Park, and I think also Asia Park was part of the discussion in the previous conversation with the council members. So yeah, we can look at that.
Okay.
All
thank
right,
you.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'm going to close. And Madam City Clerk, you start my time all over again, too. They've interrupted me.
I'll be really quick. The problem with Santa Ana is the permit process to opening up a new business. And I think the PBX is going to be a great help, but also why I support the economic development is because they're part of that. They're going to be the liaison for
Right.
new businesses to open up. And that's going to help, especially 4th Street. When we have those spaces filled in, that's going to make it better for everybody. It's going to have synergy. It's going to have more businesses, more people coming through for different reasons and supporting each other. So this is what we need in Santa Ana. We needed that not only on 4th Street, but everywhere, like Harbor and Bristol and wherever we have business. So this is great, and that's why I'm supporting the economic development team, because we need those liaisons to carry us and walk us through, to fill up, to get that tax base, to make sure we're all doing great.
So again, those are the one at the last, with the current fiscal year, that was the addition of the 3 economic specialists, one specifically to attract, maintain and retain businesses in our city. And then with a PBA doing PBX is to expedite the process. So those are 2 objectives congruently that we're working as we speak now to maximize economic development and the opening of new businesses here.
You done, Mayor Pro Tem?
I had less than 50 seconds, thanks.
All right, thank you. So let me start over again, Madam Clerk, thank you. So Mayor Pro Tem brought up the 10-member construction crew, so I believe we approved that as a council.
So we'll make a presentation at the next meeting, so introduce what that means and what was the cost of 13 new construction folks in our city. And it's true, one, it allows us to be more efficient and quicker in our response. Second, it allows us to bring staff within the city, right? So we don't have to contract that out. And so it allows our employees to benefit and maximize our response time. That's the key as we bring that. So we'll make a presentation at the next council meeting to introduce that concept. And again, as many of you have said, this delay in responding to minor issues, I think this is our attempt to mitigate that component.
Great, thank you. The other thing with the Cypress Fire Station, I believe it was in last year's budget as well, the GRIP program that we discussed placing there. And so I know the community has interest in that and bringing the GRIP program to the Cypress Fire Station. So I'd like more information as we move forward with the construction of the Cypress Fire Station. And I believe you were going to give us a presentation on the Cypress Fire Station?
We'll make a presentation also for the next council meeting.
Okay, so I'm going to close with this again because Councilmember brought up the Councilmember Fan brought up the federal grant funding and staffing, and she's right, we do have unemployment. If you look at the amount of money we're talking about, we wouldn't be able to afford it. There's just no way. So the city's current year budget includes more than $187 million of federal funding. So if the city were to lose all federal funding, the remaining, we would lose. So right now, we've developed a plan for 12.45 FTEs that are funded by ARPA, correct? That's what you have here.
Yes.
If the city were to lose all federal funding, the remaining 48.81 FTEs would be subject to budget cuts, and staff would seek council direction regarding which other city programs should be cut to continue these programs and maintain a balanced budget. The only reason I read that, I'm not trying to bear of bad news. I'm reading it because it is the reality of where we are today with the where we are currently at the federal level, where we are financially. I read everything that Kat gave us and Alex, and on generating revenue and taxes and cannabis and Measure X. And so we have to be very, very careful how we spend our money, be very concise. What are we looking to do? What are our priorities? And that should be one of our discussions that we have. What are our priorities? Streets and sidewalks, because that's what we're elected to do. Trees, safety, quality of life, Or is it all the babies and rainbows and butterflies and unicorns? So we need to stick to what's important. And I just say that as the mayor because I'm citywide and I don't just stay in one ward and hear people from one ward. I'm all over the city. And so, yes, people want to be safe. They want a good quality of life. They want to have stores. They want to be able to shop. They talk about downtown. They talk about Main Street. They talk about Harbor. They talk about the streetcar, the 4.2 miles that was built and what it's done to our city. They talk about COVID. We still have not, we're not where we used to be as a city. And you've done a great job with your team, Mr. City Manager. So I look forward to your leadership on this budget and where you're going to be taking us with this budget. And hopefully this council can agree to pass a budget that is going to keep us firm and on a solid foundation, so we're not having conversations like Orange and other cities. And no disrespect to Orange, I have mad respect for their mayor and council members, their friends, but there's other cities that are actually having conversations, and we were just talking about one the other day. Financially, they're not doing well. Why? Because things happened. And so I don't want us to be one of those cities. And I'm going to end with this, that everybody watching at home and everybody here, this is a postcard that you should hopefully received in the mail. I know I have them at all my coffees with the mayor now. I'll be having them. I'll be having them at all my events. Ways to participate in your city's budget. There's a QR code in the back. Share your thoughts on city spending. I would hope that we pass these out to everybody. Mail them out, drop them off the churches. I'll be giving them out at my faith-based meeting, at my NA meetings, at my coffees. We should all be giving them out to everybody. So last year we went up. Kat, do you recall how many people took the survey last year?
It was something like 3,000 responses last year.
No, it was not. Prove me wrong, please, please. Was it? Okay, my God, we should bet. I'll buy you lunch. Okay, all right. So
I'll take that bet.
You take that bet? All right. So I would like it to be like 10, 20, 30,000 with a population of 310,000 people. So please take the survey, those of you watching at home, and don't let anybody up here tell you how to take the survey and vote. You take the survey and you put down what you think is important to you. And with that, this item is closed, and we are going to move on to item number 16.
5-minute break.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr.?
I recommend a 5-minute break.
I can't hear.
I said I recommend a 5-minute break.
Yes, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
It's like an echo, right? You hear it. Yeah, I have to be closer.
Councilmember Fan, we're ready to begin. All right. Okay, item number 16 is the Parking Enterprise Fund updates for meters and structures. May we please have a staff report?
Yes, Executive Director of Community Development, Mike Garcia, will make our presentation for the city.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, thank you. Thank you for this, our fourth presentation and the discussion at City Council meetings. And I apologize, I've got it open here on my screen. There we go. Tonight we're going to go over the discussions that we heard at the February 18th City Council meeting. We're going to talk about our recommendations for budget, and we wanted to start with Willard neighborhood. That was something that was important to the council. We are looking at a way to remove meters in the Willard neighborhood north of 10th Street. There are 8 paid parking lots south of 10th between Civic Center, Flower, and Broadway. So we think it would be great to remove in the Willard neighborhood so it wouldn't impact the neighborhoods there. Single-family residents already can utilize an exemption for meters within that neighborhood, but definitely north of 10th would be our recommendation. And any changes to this would require change to the ordinance because these are the old Duncan meters that are coin and app operated. At our last council meeting on February 18th, we also wanted to look at what some meter peak times are. It's basically lunch hours and then immediately following work hours that the meter peak hours jump up, and this was data given to us from our consultant, IPS. There are 10 blocks in the downtown where the coin usage is at its highest, and there's also a rise in credit card and app payments in those areas. And then to remove parking meters, we received an estimate of $8,700 per unit. We believe we could place 7 or 10 different pay stations in the future and different locations in the downtown. And what we wanted to also show was the 9 different high coin usage areas. They're all south of Civic Center in the downtown area. So currently, the hours of operations for the parking meters are from 8 to 10 p.m. every day. The recommendation from staff would be to operate from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. There was a recommendation from City Council from 2 members to look at even going from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Staff recommendation would cut 2 hours from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. instead of 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. as it currently exists. This would require a meter ordinance amendment, and we're also looking at adding additional meter areas along Main Street and surface parking lots that the city operates. And that would come back to City Council for a first and second reading for that ordinance. For the public, I wanted to show what the current operating budget is with our parking meters and our parking structures, and then the expenditures for the downtown enhancements. Since 2021 during COVID, the recommendation by City Manager's Office and the City Council at that time was to look at not charging in the downtown parking structures 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and then 2 hours free after 5 p.m. every day, and then on weekends 2 hours free as well. So what we're looking at right now is a recommendation from staff is moving the parking meters from $2 per hour to $2.50 per hour, moving the parking structures from $1.50 per hour to $2 per hour. Right now they're free, but pre-COVID they were at $1.50 per hour. And based on that, if we were to give the authorization to the city manager in the city structures to increase 50 cents per year until the structures reach a maximum of $3, and then look at increasing meters to a point where they get to $3.50 per hour. So we're ready to hear your questions and
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. So if you want to speak, please raise your mic. And then again, 3 minutes, 3 rounds, please. So, Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So obviously, we're not going to be able to generate any revenue with empty parking structures. And we can't generate revenue if we don't have any revenue, then we're not going to be able to afford the, if we don't have any revenue, we can't afford the clean and safe for the downtown. So it doesn't come out thin air. This is why we need to make sure that the parking structures aren't bleeding out and paying to collect revenue, but rather generating revenue so that we can reinvest it in the downtown to keep it safe and clean. I was hoping that staff would take the questions about the peak period and off-peak periods to maybe come up with something that showed something a little more than just simply flat rates. Like, to me, this seems kind of lazy. It's just, I don't know, whatever number, and then we just kind of pointed at it. In fact, one thing I wanted to ask you is, so in the staff report, this current staff report, you show it as peak time usage at structures and meters, and you say that for weekends, it's from 5 to 7 p.m. But in a previous interaction we had, I thought you had told me that peak period was 6 p.m. to midnight on the weekends. So did something change?
yes, we received updated information from our operator.
So the nightlife shriveled up? We don't have any people going into downtown at night? Is that what your operators are saying?
That's what our operator was saying. And we do have structure occupancy rates that were provided to us if you want them.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I want, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a great idea, super.
So the Birch parking structure, which is at the northwest corner of 3rd and Birch, they receive about an 89% occupancy. It's our most occupied and utilized parking structure.
Mike, let me stop you right there. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for just overall occupancy. I'm asking for the peak periods. I want to know when those structures are at 80, 90%. I don't care that just kind of overall average. I'm saying, what hours is it more difficult to get into those structures?
It's full on weekends and during the lunchtime during the week.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to my question I already asked, which is, so on the weekends, is it 6 to midnight or is it only 5 to 7?
5 to 7 is what our.
So after 7 o'clock, I can pull into the parking structure and just do wheelies because nobody's in there?
No, that's when it's at its busiest.
So it's what?
That's when it is at its busiest.
I am so confused.
5 to 7 is when it is at its busiest point during the day.
And so 7 to midnight, it's not?
That's correct.
Okay. I think I've experienced, I think a lot of us have experienced it a little differently, but okay. So I'm just, rather than mess around, I'm just gonna, I have some ideas that I think we should look at when it comes to the peak period versus non-peak period. So I'm gonna just throw out a motion. You guys either love it or you don't. So here's where I'm gonna go. So staff, thank you for putting together 4 recommendations. So I'm gonna put forth a motion that kind of modifies this. So I'll read it. So my motion would be, number 1, approve parking rates for city-owned parking structures to $1 per hour during non-peak periods with an annual increase of 50 cents per hour until a maximum of $2 per hour is attained. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. So $2 per hour during the peak periods from 5 p.m. and $3 per hour during the peak period of 8 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. on Thursday through Sunday at 1:30 a.m. Number 2, approve curbside, because I'm sick of saying parking meters. We're going to get rid of parking meters, so let's just call what they're going to be, which is curbside. Approve curbside rates of $3 per hour with annual increases of 50 cents per hour until a maximum of $4 per hour is attained. So what I'm saying is higher at the meters, less at the structures. Staff return to the council within 90 days with approvable plans and contracts to remove the parking meters and install pay stations in the areas where coins have been most used to pay for parking in downtown. Direct staff to prepare a resolution establishing the parking rates for the city-owned structures and reaffirming the city manager authority to modify future parking structure rates after the 3rd annual increase as needed And here's the additional language, reporting to the council of such actions. So basically like a receive and file for the council. And then last but not least, direct staff to amend the meter ordinance establishing parking or curbside rates and hours of operations, eliminating the metered parking fronting residential in the Willard neighborhood, and authorizing the city manager to modify future curbside rates after the third annual increase as needed to mirror the authority of the city-owned parking structures, and reporting such actions to the council as a receive and file. So that's my motion. The only thing I did was I wanted to take advantage of the fact that we have peak periods, and for some reason, because obviously that's why we were in the red, we were not charging during the peak periods. I'm saying is let's make it so that we acknowledge the fact that there are times in the downtown that the structures don't have anybody in them, the meters don't have anybody at them. So let's lower the rates rather than just do a flat rate and just be blind to the fact that some times of the day have more cars than not. Let's try to incentivize it, because I think it's important to look at our businesses and recognize that we don't want to continue to put barriers for them when it comes to attracting customers, but at the same time, we have to balance the universe and we have to generate revenue, or else we're not going to be able to fund on an ongoing basis the Clean and Safe program in downtown. So that's my motion.
Thank you. Over time there. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues here for the dialogue. It's important to us that we find a consensus that not only works for our residents, but our business owners throughout the downtown. I've had the honor of over the last 4 years representing downtown Santa Ana, working with businesses that have been impacted by a number of challenges. And the downtown is still very much challenged. So I want to start with my comments echoing support for the Willard neighborhood, having single-family residents in Willard with permits that are exempt from meters. I'm also supportive of removing the meters north of 10th Street, supportive of the ordinance changing to update our Santa Ana Municipal Code Section 36398. I am also supportive of us having the 50-cent increase at the city-owned parking structures, as well as the 50-cent increase at the parking meters. The only area that I would want to see changed is the hours of operations, which would be changing from 8 o'clock from 10 p.m., where it used to expire, to 8 p.m. I would like to see that shift from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., move from 8 to 6. It'll be more friendly for businesses. It'll incentivize people to spend money in the downtown. They'll be able to park without having to worry about being, ticketed or being hassled. And I think that this is ultimately going to, accomplish what we're looking to do. We're looking to generate revenue while we're also looking to help our businesses and residents. I think that this is a fair trade for us to transition from 10 o'clock p.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. with that small gradual increase of 50 cents. I think that it's fair. I would like to ask Councilmember Becerra, would you be willing to include that in your motion?
So, I appreciate that. So help me understand, what was the difference in what I proposed, and then what are you, I guess, modifying in my motion?
Meter hours would change from 8 p.m. to 6 p.m.
So you want to add 2 more hours?
Yes. Given that there's going to be an increase of 50 cents, I think that shift in hours will make the difference for businesses as we're seeing the adjustments. And I think in that first year where we're seeing the 50-cent increase, that extra 2 hours will give the businesses what I believe will be that time needed to generate that revenue during that adjustment. And I think it'll be very successful. I think we'll see a lot more professionals and people who work at the county and at the city spending their time in downtown.
So with my motion, I was saying to start it at, let's see, the peak period at 8 p.m. You're saying make it that rate at 6 p.m.
Correct.
So it'd be $3 per hour starting at, I'm sorry, let me rephrase it.
No, we would stop charging at the meters at 6 p.m.
No, I wouldn't accept that. And the reason for that is we're trying to get people into the parking structures. It's not to say that we don't want them to pay for parking somewhere in town. The meters or the curbside is the premium parking. And so if we can get those folks to come and go, that benefits our businesses. We want folks going to the restaurants not to hang out for 6 or 8 hours at a curbside spot. We want to get them into our meters into our structures, because hopefully what they're going to do is walk through our downtown. So while they may be going to one restaurant, they may stop and shop at another shop. They may go and dine at multiple places. So the hope would be to drive folks towards the structures, make it a premium to be on the streets, but figure out how we can make it so that the structures were not costing people out, but at the same time in the peak periods we're taking advantage of the revenue.
I hear you loud and clear on that, Councilmember Becerra, and I'm respectfully going to have to disagree based off the experiences that the businesses have shared with me, their concerns. I want to align with what it is that they're envisioning, as well as residents who live in the downtown. So I'll place a sub-motion on the floor, supporting everything that Councilmember Becerra mentioned, with the only exception being a difference in time, where we would have 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day instead of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So
I'm confused.
I don't have
You guys
anything
are
in my
having.
motion. I don't have that in my motion about 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. I don't know where that's
Right.
coming from.
no, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
No, I don't have anything about 8 a.m. on my motion. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Looking at the meter hours and ordinance.
Oh, no, that's not my motion.
Okay, well, in this case, I'll be supporting an option which will have 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. being the end of enforcement.
So
at
let me
the
go
meters.
over here and we'll come right back, okay? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'm going to support Councilmember Hernandez on the Willard neighborhood and removing those meters north of 10th and be neighborhood friendly. And a different proposal on downtown. Keep the hours, and I just want to pass budget year 1 without an increase later. In year 2 or 3, and if we get to that, we could I don't want to increase now and see a loss of revenue or those fruitions. Their theory is that they're going to lose business. So I'd rather not be automatic and just stick to year 1. And in 1 year, we go and we see the sales and we see how we're doing. And hopefully it's busing. Hopefully because of PBX and the economic development, it's going great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I just want to push for budget year 1 and not move on to increase, because we're already netting 2 million with the first year increase. So in the future, we could come back and look at that again and go to budget year 1 and then revise it later if we have to.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez?
Yes. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm supportive of the Willard neighborhood change, as I brought that forth. But I wanted to know, City Manager, is changing the parking rate and the parking structures under your purview?
It does allow the structures, yes.
So you can do that?
Yes.
Okay, well, I would ask my colleagues to consider making sure that you handle that, since it falls under your purview. And hopefully they're supportive of this request, also meeting with the business owners, so that you hear directly from them what their concerns are with the structures. I know we just passed an agenda item about 2 weeks, maybe 4 weeks ago, making improvements to the structures. But since that falls under your purview, I would like for it to stay with you.
So, 1, yes, right. 2, it's under the flow of traffic to allow the city manager to increase the fees. And part of the discussion is to present the meter revenue enhancements along with the structure. That's why we're doing it in a joint component, so that there's an understanding why we're doing it this way. Because part of the questions, and when we did the one-on-ones with the mayor and the council members, is that how does this compare versus the meter versus the structure component? So that's why you're hearing this balanced type of approach.
Yeah, understood. And I think since there's no second to the current motion, I'll make a motion to proceed with this conversation, only talking about the meters in our public streets.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you.
So I have comments, I have questions, actually. So, Mr. Garcia, I'm looking at the current operating budget. The current operating budget that we have, so we're in the red, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I appreciate you starting to share with Councilman Becerra the percentage that the city-owned parking structures are used. So we have 3, Birch, there was 2 other
Fifth
ones.
and Main, as well as the Fifth and Spurgeon.
And so at the last meeting, you shared with us the percentage, correct?
No.
There was something in the presentation that showed how much usage in those parking structures. I have it at home. I mean, I could go look it up.
Okay.
I mean, you shared it with us. So I was a little confused when your Councilman Becerra was trying to get an answer from you. So if we don't continue to make money, I'm going to flip over to you, Mr. City Manager. If we don't make money, we can, I didn't say we will, I said we can lose the Clean and Safe program, which cost us over $700,000. Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
We can lose the holiday decorations in downtown, which is $60,000.
Yes.
Utilities, repairs, and personnel costs, $300,000.
We have to reevaluate that, but yes.
What is the personnel cost?
Personnel costs are right now being run through, that's for ABM and, yeah. The personnel costs are for our parking meter operators.
What's the cost?
It is $600,000.
So it's if I remember the presentation correctly, please, Mr. City Manager, correct me if I'm wrong. The personnel cost was for 3 parking meters and 1 supervisor?
Yes.
I might be getting old, as Councilman Fan thinks, but I got that down. So, okay. So I remember we talked about that up here. Personnel cost was 3 parking meters, staff that work for us.
The supervisor.
And 1 supervisor, which includes their retirement, pension, the whole 9 yards. And that is $600,000. Is that what Mr. Garcia just said?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So what I hear is that Councilmember Lopez is saying you take over the up-down cost of the city-run parking structures. I think that's what she was saying.
Yes, part of the resolution.
Okay. So then it wouldn't need to come to us. It could go
Correct.
directly to you. And you can handle that. And you would meet with downtown businesses and have a discussion with them and work something out. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So right now, what we're going to talk about then, if there's a second to her motion, is only the parking meters. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mike, I'm going to go back to what Councilman Becerra was asking, just so I am clear, Mr. City Manager, somebody answer me clearly, please. What is because I heard, I'm going to use his name. I heard JJ come up here and talk about how, the lack thereof of business, but also when people do come downtown, they pay a lot of money or they get tickets, right, already. So, and I don't want to misquote him. There, some areas it's empty, some days it's empty. So, Mike, what are the most busiest times? I'm trying to be as really clear as possible. What are the hours of the most busiest times at the parking meters?
At the parking meters is 5 to 7.
5 to 7
11
p.m.
to 1.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on.
p.m.
5 to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, Monday through Sunday.
Monday through Friday, and then it's 11 to 1 p.m. And these are guesstimates from our operator.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, I don't like guesstimates, so I don't even want to have this conversation, okay? So I just don't.
I actually agree with the mayor. I think that we're having too many questions. I would actually like to rescind my motion, make a new motion to continue this item to a different date.
Thank you, I'll second your motion. I beat you to the punch. So we're going to second, and let's all prepare to vote.
Real quick, may I just add? So bring it back, right? Have it come back?
Well, hold on, I had the floor. Hold on 1 second. So thank you for your motion, and there's a second. So I'm gonna say something, and then whoever else needs to. When this comes back, Mr. City Manager, as Councilmember Lopez indicated, you control the parking in the structure.
Yes.
That's not for us, that's not to come to us. All that should be coming to us is the parking meters. That's it. Punto. Es todo. I can't say it in Vietnamese. Councilman Fancan, and I don't speak French. So that's it. That's it. So we're not going to sit here for hours having a back and forth of this, that, because last presentation, and I do have it at home because I save all of our council meetings, and I save the staff reports because I print them out. I don't keep my laptop. I print them. I have 8 years of reports from the school district. I keep everything. And let me just tell you, last presentation is not what I'm seeing here. So I'm just going to end it with, we're going to continue it. Mr. City Manager, how much time do you need to bring us back this information with all the correct, everything that we're asking? Because I think you get the gist of what we want.
30 days.
30 days?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to bring it back to us in 30 days.
And just a point of clarification, Mayor, and again, so that we're clear, right? Because part of the discussion in early direction, so it doesn't get confused either, is that we were to include both issues so that so that we can provide an understanding, and I understand that. But so that I receive clear direction is my understanding, right? Parking structure is no longer part of this presentation, understood?
Mm-hmm.
So the only component would be the parking meters, curb meters, as now we're curbside meters, so we can present an adequate presentation.
That is correct. And the only other ask I have, I don't know about the council members, is the Willard neighborhood. How are you going to, I heard Mr. Garcia talk about permits, but we have an issue with permits in our city already. One household gets 2 permits per house. And there's 5 people living in there, 4 people with 3 cars. So
I'll tell you now.
I want that included.
Right, so I'll tell you now, our recommendation is gonna be to remove all meters from fronting residential properties completely.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. That's beautiful. Okay, so we're going to continue this item. Go ahead, Councilman Finn.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think maybe I was trying to parse through Councilmember Becerra's motion, but I don't understand why we're not having a discussion on the parking structures. Like the balance between the parking structures and the curbside parking is what we're looking to have here so that we can increase the traffic flow, right? We don't want a car parked for 4 hours or however long at curbside in front of a restaurant when it should only be 2 hours, for example. I would like to see us have the various options. I really enjoyed some of the creative ways that you brought, when do we have higher curbside parking versus less curbside parking? Your motion actually made it cheaper to park at curbside during the dinner rush for the dinner rush, right? So, well, compared to, peak hours for the evening when there are bars or things like that. So I think you have to have that conversation in tandem, because if you're only making decisions based on curbside, then we're leaving a whole host of context and information off the table. And while I trust you, I think you're a great city manager, I don't want you to make that decision on your own. I would like all of us policymakers to have to make that hard decision based on the conversations up here. So I'd like to see all of it come back for us. I think the one thing we all agree on is that we shouldn't have meters at Willard. I think that is clear. Fix that. You don't have to bring that back. But the rest of it, I'd like to see us have a comprehensive conversation. Now, I also would like to see information about peak times for the structures, peak times for curbside. I want to see if you have to bring out charts as to, a bar chart or a line chart of what that looks like, please bring it. I would like to see information regarding what it would look like if you have different payment options at different times and the total revenue and cost. I would like to see all of that come back so we can have a robust conversation, because right now we're asking questions and we're not getting every answer we're looking for. So that would be what I would like to see. So if I have to do a sub-motion to bring that back, I will, unless the makers of the motion are able to take that friendly amendment. Thank you.
I will not accept the amendment. I definitely understand your perspective. And the reason why I've made that suggestion was because I understand that specifically for the parking meters, that must be changed via an ordinance, that the policymakers must have a decision and provide comments. The structures, as I understand it, is not a requirement of this body to chime in. And so, therefore, yes, I think it is appropriate for us to rely on your leadership and to have conversations with the business owners, and for not that information to go into a black hole, but come back to this council. And it can come back to this council in form of a staff report when this council rediscusses how it wants to move forward with the parking meter. That's my perspective. I understand, if my colleagues don't agree with it, a sub-motion can be made. I won't support it. I will be supporting my original motion. I also just want to put on the floor that when this comes back to us, that you explicitly in detail let me know how you are communicating to these neighborhoods, because 89% coin usage, and to take that away without any notice, anything, we're going to hear from them. And so I want to know what community outreach feedback is happening or has happened to let them know that this change is coming soon. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I could just clarify something.
Yeah, go ahead, Madam City Attorney.
I always look to where the authority's coming from. So it looks like in 2013, under resolution number 213044, section 1, sub D, the city council by resolution authorized the city manager to establish and to regulate the use of the city parking facilities and to set those rates. Now, in that resolution, it went further and set some rates. If the city council, so that's not a mandate, but it is authorization, and until or unless the council were to rescind that authorization, the city manager has the authority to set rates for those facilities. Okay, so if you're going to give direction differently, we need to make sure that it includes rescinding or amending this resolution.
Can you give the number of the resolution again? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's resolution number 2013-044. It's in section 1, subsection D.
Thank you. I think that even though the resolution would authorize the city manager, right, there's nothing preventing policymakers to give direction to the city manager to follow through. And I think at this time, there's a bit of a chicken or the egg, right? Because what we decide on curbside parking is going to affect the structures, and then what we do with the structure is going to affect curbside. So I think that we'd be making decisions in a vacuum if we're not having that conversation in totality. So I will make a sub-motion to bring back all the information that's requested with the amount of detail that we requested. And if we need to bring an updated draft resolution, we can do that too. Thank you.
I'll second with comment. And so what's, I'm going to read what is a staff recommended action, not my motion, staff recommended action. So one of the recommendations is to direct staff to prepare a resolution establishing parking rates for the city-owned parking structure and reaffirming the city manager authority to modify parking structure rates after the third annual increase as needed. Why is that before us then? That's you.
Because as Councilmember Vance stated, it's a statement of policy in the resolution. If you choose to change it, you can. If staff's making a recommendation to you that if staff is saying, I have the authority, but I want to ask that you do it, they can do that. In that resolution, it set the rates. So I would have to ask staff what their belief was, but my interpretation, having worked with staff consistently, is that because they saw in that resolution that even though you gave the manager the authority to do it, you went forth and set forth in that rate. They were probably just asking you for consistency. I was more trying to address Councilmember Lopez's statement because it was an accurate statement, but I was looking for the authority for it.
But I guess I'm still confused though, because normally you review these before they come to us, right? Or the city attorney's office reviews
Not all staff reports, no.
Okay, so then apparently this one wasn't reviewed then by the city attorney's office. So then it came to us. I guess there's confusion then. This is even more frustrating. So there's confusion then as to what the city manager's authority really is. Because here it says direct staff to prepare a resolution establishing. It's one thing if it said modifying rates or providing direction, right? A resolution to say, hey, city manager, we think you should do this. But this is saying establishing parking rates and reaffirming his authority. That's recommended action number 2. But while you're looking at that, the other thing I'm just going to add is the reason why this is before us is because of the fact that we are upside down. This being left to staff, and I'm sorry I have to say this out loud, but it wasn't working. It wasn't working, and that's why this has become such a big discussion item on the dais. And actually, I've had quite a few meetings with staff about this. This has not been something that if we just go, hey, they got this. They didn't. I wish they did. That makes our lives easier, but they didn't. And so we were upside down over $1 million. And now as policymakers, we have to take on that responsibility to say, all right, guys, this is where we need to go, because we're all saying the same thing up here. We want to generate revenue. We want to be sensitive to the businesses in downtown. So with all due respect to everybody, we've kind of had to jump in here because it wasn't working. So I'm definitely supporting Councilmember Fan's motion to bring all of it back because, as she said, you can't do one without the other. And because this was all upside down, I would respectfully like to have this conversation in public so that we can all see it and make sure that we're doing the right thing by our businesses, by our residents, and by the city. Thank you.
Okay, let's call for the vote. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, can you clarify, because there was a couple motions and sub-motions and...
Yes, thank you, Mayor
Thank
and
you.
Council. The current motion on the floor is the sub-motion by Councilmember Fan, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to bring the entirety of the parking item back to City Council with additional detailed information as requested for item number 16, the Parking Enterprise Fund updates for meters and structures.
Take a vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Mesqua?
No.
Vote is 3 ayes, 3 nays. Ayes by Mayor Mesqua, Councilmembers Becerra and Fan, and nays by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez and Councilmembers Hernandez and Lopez. Tied vote fails. We would revert to the previous motion, which would be the motion by Councilmember Lopez, seconded by Mayor Mesqua, to continue item number 16 for 30 days and direct staff to return with information relating to the Parking Enterprise Fund updates for meters only.
Is prepared to vote, please?
Councilmember Becerra?
Nope.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 4 ayes, 2 nays. Nays by Councilmembers Becerra and Fan. Noted absence by Councilmember Peñalosa. Motion carries. Item continued for 30 days.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to item 17 now. Mr. City Manager, you clear?
Yes, parking meters only.
And we want the correct information, and be prepared, please.
Understood.
Thank you. Item number 17 is the boards and commissions, members' appointments, reappointments, holdovers, and removals. May we please have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This item is before you just as a review of Santa Ana Municipal Code Section 2-236 pertaining to your appointment of boards and commissions and appointments, removals, vacancies, and term. Specifically, that section does cover the service of your board and commissions members, and it specifies that the board and commission members shall serve with a term that coincides with that of their appointing elected official. It's the intent of that section that they shall be concurrent terms of office with their appointing or nominating council members, rather. So that's a clarification for you. Additionally, the section does state in part that the members of such boards and commissions shall serve for a term of 4 years and until their respective successors are appointed or qualified. This is generally known as a holdover provision that allows for the continuity of business operations by the appointed boards and commissions following each general municipal election. Without those holdover provisions, each appointed board or commission could effectively lose 4 members each December of even-numbered years when the terms of the mayor and the 3 council members conclude. That could delay the work of the city while the boards and commissions don't have sufficient qualified members to obtain a quorum and hold a meeting. So since the mayor and the 3 council members were reelected and sworn in December 2024, each has presented their existing or new board and commission members to serve a new term coinciding with the new terms of the elected members. There's additional background. On February 18th, one of Councilmember Hernandez's nominations was pulled for separate consideration. The vote on that commissioner was 4-3, which failed as the nominee required a 2/3 vote as they were not a Ward 5 resident. And this presents a unique situation that's not addressed in the code. The code does not specifically address this issue of a non-reappointment and only speaks specifically to removal by the council, subject to the holdover provision. So as was previously explained, the city attorney and I are here to answer any questions and to take directions if you wish to consider any revisions to these sections of the Santa Ana Municipal Code.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Comments, questions? Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when this was presented to us, I think, you know, the action that took place at the last council meeting obviously has shown that there's some wording in this section that could be a little confusing. But what I'm confused by, not just by the wording, so when I look at what was cited in the staff report, it doesn't include in there the words except as otherwise provided in this section. And so why does that matter? Because to act like there's no way that somebody either could be removed or not reappointed, I think is disingenuous of what that initial part of 2-326 subsection D states, except as otherwise provided in this section. And I also want to ask our city attorney, so to help me understand this, because I'm a little confused how it's applying in the last action, but then back in 2019, this council, well, not this council, let me phrase it, the council at the time put forth an item to, I'm going to say, shake the Etch-a-Sketch, just clear the entire roster of Ward 4 commissioners. They cleared them all. In fact, what happened at that meeting was you had Councilmember Iglesias at the time saying, since there's no council member from Ward 4, there shouldn't be any Ward 4 commissioners. Mayor Pro Tem Villegas at the time said, nope, except for the youth commissioner, I'd like to keep the youth commissioner. And then it was voted on 4-2. There was no dialogue in that meeting from the city attorney or from the city manager saying, no, 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 you can't do this. No, there's the holdover provision. And that language, as far as the commissioner's terms being tethered to the appointing council member's term, was still active in the code. So I'm just confused how in 2019, it was okay to clear the roster, but in 2025, it is not.
So I think there's a little bit of a difference there, because the code section talks about appointment and removal. So the city council can take action to remove. I'm not going to speak to what happened in 2019 because I don't have it in front of me, so I don't want to say something wrong. Obviously, you've looked at it or maybe saw the tape or looked at the staff report. I have not. I can do that. But I believe that in that action, it was the action that the city council took to wipe the slate. So if the city council wants to wipe the slate of any individual council member, it can do so, and it can do so with just 4 votes. That's what the ordinance currently says you can remove them. So the holdover provision doesn't override the city's authority, the city council's authority to remove anyone by 4 votes. So in this case, you could still do the same thing. Your remedy, if you don't want the person to serve, if you don't want this holdover to apply, you can do what it sounds like you did in 2019. Tell us to come back, we'll bring that action for you, agendize it, and you can vote 4 votes and remove the person. The holdover is just there as a safety net, as the city clerk referred to keep people, so we have quorum, so we don't lose everyone. Like, we elect 4 people every 2 years, and so the holdover provision is to make sure we don't also lose 4 commissioners on every commission every 2 years. But I think that example that you gave is a good one, but there was an actual action by the council taken. So if the council doesn't take any action, new people are elected or incumbents are re-elected, then we go about business as usual until action is either taken to appoint someone new, reaffirm someone, or remove them.
Well, I respectfully disagree. I think that when an action was taken back then, I mean, I'm going to use another analogy. So let's say a council member decides to appoint somebody. We're all okay with it. So then given this holdover provision, right? So we're saying that back in 2019, this action that was taken, somehow the holdover provision didn't apply. Because I went back and looked. There was a planning commissioner that was sitting on the planning commission. The action was taken in September of 2019, and the next agenda, it was vacant. Nobody said, oh my goodness, well, we need to have that holdover, we need to have that continuity, especially on planning commission. Land use decisions, very important land use decisions. Nobody raised a flag to say, but we should keep that continuity. Nobody said that. And so all the commissioners, with the exception of the youth commissioner, were removed, right? So I'm going to bring it back to an analogy.
By a vote of the council? I'm sorry,
it was a vote of the council to do that.
But that's a difference, okay.
So, but when the item last meeting came before us, there was a vote of the council, not to continue that person's service. In this section, right, because here it says, except as otherwise
There
provided.
was not
in
a vote by the council to not continue the service. There was a negative vote to reaffirm that person, and there is a legal difference. So I would like to ask the council this. I understand there's different perspectives. Your professionally appointed city clerk and your professionally appointed city attorney read the code as we read the code. I'm not saying that we could be wrong. I mean, everybody, there's different opinions, right? But we've read it. I think the reason for bringing this forward tonight is to say to the council, it's not our decision. Commissioners are yours. If you don't like the way the language is written and you want to see a different outcome, then give us direction. We can easily add language to this section that says, even though if a person is not affirmatively reappointed, holdover doesn't apply.
Well, if I can continue my comments. So I think the section actually is fine. It actually says that, I mean, there's language in that section in 2-326 that talks about commissioners being tethered to council members' terms. I think the language is fine. If we were going to make a change, I would suggest maybe something along the lines that says that that we set a deadline so that when council members are coming back to a new term, that they have to nominate folks within a certain period of time, let's say within 30, 60, 90 days. And then if they don't, maybe then you're subject to a supermajority. Maybe that's the penalty, so to speak. But I want to say one last thing before I relinquish my time here, and that is, so as an example, this is where this item and the interpretation by our attorney and our clerk, more our attorney on this one, because the fact is, if we had somebody up here appoint somebody, and we all vote for them, and then all of a sudden that person, that commissioner, decides to go on some sort of tirade, offends the living heck out of everybody, right? And 6 of us go, oh my God, that person should not serve. So we go ahead and vote to remove that person, but based on the interpretation here, we would have to hold them over.
No,
and
you
that
don't. No, you don't. I disagree with that.
Okay.
You do not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You either vote to appoint. If there is a holdover, you easily vote to remove. That's the way the current language works.
So you're saying then, so once we vote to approve somebody, they can serve in perpetuity. So the language in here about them serving per the terms, you're saying doesn't apply.
Well, technically speaking, we have an example of that. And we, just so that the council, and more importantly for us, that the community understands, we didn't take this lightly. We actually did extensive homework. We actually have a commissioner who is in that position right now. So yes, that's the way your holdover language is reading. You hold over until your successor is appointed. In my research, I found that there's like people at the federal level, they say have been holding over for like 10 years because they have holdover language and no one's taking any effective action to remove them. So yes, that's what happens with the holdover language. That's not how we intend it to work, but yes, it potentially could happen. I think we do have someone in that. I don't think we should name the person, but I think we do have someone in that situation that the city clerk found.
Yes, so currently, actually, we have 3 commissioners, inclusive of the one that's caused the subject of tonight's discussion, that are on holdover provisions that have not been affirmatively reappointed to follow the term of their nominating board or commission member.
So then at this point, having the language in the code that talks about a commissioner's term being tethered to a council member's term is kind of...
It's overridden by the holdover, but you still have the remedy of removal if you don't want them. So yes, I would concede on that point of the term language is overridden to a great extent by the holdover language, but it doesn't mean that you're stuck with it, as I think you might think you are, because you could easily do the removal if you want. And I think your remedy that you've proposed of saying, well, if council members don't take action, we could amend the holdover language to say it applies for 60 days after the election, and then if they don't take action, then they are automatically removed. There would be modifications if that's the direction you wanted to go in.
So I have a question. Councilmember, are you done? So my question is, so when we get reelected, council members are reelected or I'm reelected, we're sworn in, correct, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, you're sworn in because your municipal code says that you need to. Now, if your municipal code said if your municipal code said something like there was holdover language, technically we would have to make sure that we swore in the new council members when they were reelected. So so I'm trying to, the point is that,
I get
yes,
it.
because your code is very specific about what your terms are, and there's no holdover language.
But commissioners are not required to be affirmed?
Commissioners, according to your city charter, your municipal code, you get to decide, you're the city council, but it currently has holdover language in it. We can remove it if you want.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam City Mayor. I'll make a motion to keep the holdover language in place. I want to read an email that I had received from our city attorney in regards to our Santa Ana Municipal Code Section 2-326, which states that commissioners may be removed by the affirmative votes of a majority of the members. So if the council desires, it can remove a commissioner with 4 affirmative votes. Just to reflect on the last meeting, there was not an motion to remove a commissioner. There was a majority to not reappoint a commissioner. I have not appointed a successor. Therefore, the holdover language is in effect. This holdover language allows for continuity and permits our city to continue to work on important projects, and it provides a due process for review hearings while the mayoral and council members' terms begin. In this case, my commissioner was appointed in 2023, and the term would expire in 2027. The holdover language allows for my office to be able to begin interviewing and encouraging members of the public to apply for the Police Oversight Commission. I encourage members of the public to do so. I will place a motion on the floor to keep this the holdover language in place.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I do agree with your interpretation. So I guess I do appreciate having the holdover language, especially for new council members. If, when you're new, elected in November, you get sworn in December, if all your commissioners are suddenly gone, you're just still trying to get your bearings. You're still trying to figure out what the commissions are, what they do, who you need to interview, all of that stuff. So I do appreciate the holdover language. However, I think that we can find kind of more of a middle path when we're looking at this, because I can see issues, right, with say a council member, maybe I just say, you know what, I'm just never gonna appoint someone new because that's a loophole, right? And I think that's unfair to the council because each of us can nominate, but it requires the council to appoint, and I think it's unfair to the public. I do like having a deadline on the holdover language. It requires all of us, including myself, to be more proactive about, getting new commissioners or reaffirming these commissioners. I think it's important for all of us to let people know who these commissioners are. I also think that it may be important to maybe remove the holdover language for any of those commissioners who required 5 votes or don't live in the ward for which they were nominated. So for example, I do have some commissioners who don't live in Ward 1, right? I can see if you wanted to remove them from the holdover language or make that exclusion, because again, we want to have commissioners from those wards being representative. I mean, that's a little bit more of a kind of a nuance there, but it's really about making sure that this council as a whole, when there are new council members being elected, that we still have a voice as to who is on our commissions and not just let anyone like myself take no action and then get around that kind of public conversation and that public appointment process. I struggle with the removal. Maybe I shouldn't bring it up, but I think if a commissioner needed 5 votes to get appointed, they might need 5 votes to be removed. But I'll leave that to the side for now. But I think the conversation about the holdover is really important for me, and having a deadline for that. Thank you.
Councilor Becerra?
So my question is, why did we even have the item come before us at the last meeting? If reaffirming does nothing, then I feel like that was just a waste of our time, right? Because we didn't reaffirm this person, and what changed? Nothing, right? So whether we said 7-0, let's put this person back on, or whether we said, 6-1, we're not going to reaffirm this person, nothing changed. So this was an absolute waste of time on an item. I mean, convince me I'm wrong here. How is it not a waste of our time if by taking a vote that didn't reaffirm the person, nothing changed?
So we brought those items forward for each of the council members as they were reelected to have the term follow the term of the nominating elected official as a best practice, again, so that it doesn't just be a continuous holdover. It does speak to what Councilmember Fan was talking about as a potential loophole in the system, that if nobody ever brought forward a reappointment, they would continue to serve for up to 8, 12 years potentially without that. So that is an area, like you mentioned, with the deadline to potentially put into a revised ordinance that we would look to present before you for future consideration. But as best practice, so that those terms are following the best terms, is why we worked with each one of the members to bring those forward, starting in December, and then we did them at 4 different meetings between December and the last meeting.
Oh, Madam Clerk, I appreciate you doing that and reading the code. That would make sense, right? Because it says that the commissioners are tethered to the terms of the council member. So that makes total sense. My frustration that I'm expressing up here is we have an item brought to the council to make a decision on. We voted in a way that did not reaffirm this person, and it made no difference to the tenure of the person. So that's where my frustration lies.
Absolutely, and I think that when we first looked at this, the holdover language had an unintended consequence, for sure. We've seen it now. And I think in retrospect, we even talked about this as being the potential fix to the holdover language, which should read, in my opinion, because that's not the intent. The intent of the holdover language is keep government moving. It's not to allow a vote to take place and then nothing changes. That's not the intent of it. So I think that what we would have said is in the future, if there is a reaffirmation vote and it is failed to appoint someone affirmatively, that person's term would be deemed done, they'd be done. And I think that is, it's just that we can't, when we draft things, when these things were drafted 10, 15 years ago, you don't imagine every single scenario, like a 2/3 vote situation where someone's appointed by 2/3 but can't get the 2/3 to be reaffirmed. So if you're looking for a fix, we can easily fix this and come back with an ordinance to fix it.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes, thank you. I think I have a holdover. But I've tried. I really have tried. And, sometimes people don't apply. And sometimes I do not have all of the free time in the world to go and beg someone to apply to be on a commission. And the reality is that for me as well, I think it's important that people that get appointed bring a level of technical expertise to whatever commission that they are being appointed to. And that is not always the case with the people that you interview or the people that apply, right? And so again, I'm pretty sure I have a holdover, not because, I'm trying to exploit the law, but simply because that is just how it has played out. And so I think that if a commissioner has committed a serious crime, is harassing people online, being racist, xenophobic, sure, let's discuss it. Bring those serious issues forward. When a commissioner is violating our code of ethics, our code of conduct, bring them forward. But we're having this conversation because in the context of what happened to Commissioner Mejia, and to my knowledge, she has not done any of these things. In fact, she received 4 votes to continue serving on the Police Oversight Commission. And so, I think people will, I have no doubt people will disagree with me, but she was on the receiving end of just like almost what felt like political retaliation because of her perspective. And I disagree with that. It's what we're seeing at the federal level now. And so, again, I strongly disagree. And I agree with the city's attorney, and I appreciate her perspective. Frankly, when this was on the agenda, I was confused as to why we were discussing this. And for all of those reasons, I move to receive and file. Submotion to receive and file this. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Motion again. I think I had 2 holdovers coming in, and I'm grateful for Councilmember Mendoza for the people, and one is still a commissioner. She's amazing, does great work with the community. And I appreciate the work of having that holdover and working with her. I think, I don't know if we signed her in or not, but she's still here from Councilmember Mendoza's time. Other than that, I just want to receive and file, and let's move forward.
So, Madam City Attorney, I have a question, so maybe I have a couple. So when I was first elected, my first term, Madam City Attorney, and I tried to, and eventually it worked, but I was trying to place somebody on the Personnel Commission. And I was told I could not make changes. So this is where I get a little frustrated, and I get, I won't use the word confused. I get frustrated because one day we're saying it's blue, one day we're saying it's gray. And so since I've been here, I've had some really interesting experiences as the mayor, that rules apply to some and rules don't apply to others. For example, I'll give you one tonight. My consultant that works for me, with me, she's never been in that room because that's for council members and city staff.
Correct.
But every meeting I watch other staff of council members swipe their card and go in there. How do I know you're not leaving anything in there confidential? How do I know the city manager isn't? How do I know the city clerk isn't? So there's different rules for everybody. So my frustration, and I'm different from Phil's, is that, and I'm the one that put this on here because I want to understand, because I was reelected, as was Councilman Hernandez and Councilmember Lopez, so we got sworn in, reaffirmed, la la la, quien sabe qué. Then, so I would assume that, so then our commissioners came forward, and so same thing. I think I have one holdover. We all know he called in earlier. I'm not going to remove him because he does a fantastic job. I hope he doesn't ever quit. But so I'm a little confused because, you talk about, it's when things like this pop up about, this rule here, this rule there, this rule there. If we're going to do these things and think, for example, I think when I heard Councilman Becerra say, why was it even on the agenda? That's kind of how I feel right now. Why was it even on the agenda? Why do we need to put the commissioners on the agenda? If they follow Councilmember Fian and she's not making any changes, well, then it shouldn't go on the agenda, in my humble opinion. Or if it follows Councilman Becerra, it shouldn't be on the agenda because nobody's making any changes. So I just want to be clear, because rules don't apply to everybody the same up here. And I've never really said that publicly, but I'm going to say it right now very clearly. Rules don't apply to everybody the same. They just don't. And so, and that's, Mr. City Manager, we've had discussions about this. So if we're going to put out charters and amendments and blah, and quien sabe qué, and the law and the penal code, I don't care what we say, then it applies to everybody. And I think with this commissioner, Councilman Penalosa's not here, so I don't want to put words in his mouth. He was concerned about things that were said and done after mutual aid at UCI. And I was concerned, and I don't know who else was concerned, because if a commissioner, and we talked about this, Madam City Attorney, if a commissioner is out there publicly stating, come to the Police Oversight Commission and file a complaint against Santa Ana PD. And I was told they were going to be spoken to and they were going to be redirected. Are they activists or are they commissioners? I don't know if that occurred because that's not my business to ask. They're not my commissioner. So are they activists or are they commissioners? Because if I'm a police officer in this city, and the moment that I appear in front of the police commission, the very first time I appear, and these people are sitting on the commission, the ones that said, come file a lawsuit or come file a complaint against Santa Ana PD because they went to UCI to help for mutual aid, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn around and file a lawsuit. And that's what's going to happen here. You know it, and I know it. Because those officers have already said, well, they're prejudging me. They don't like me. They don't like the police. They want to defund the police. They call us this. They call us that. On their social media, there's posts. On lots of people's social media, there's posts. So, great. If there's a holdover and she stays, cool. I'm fine with it. But I want to be really clear and on the record. There is going to be a police officer that is going to appear in front of that police commission at some point, someday, and they're going to say, you did bad. I'm using an example. And they're going to say, thank you very much, have a nice day. They're going to walk out, call their lawyer, and they're going to file a $5 million lawsuit against the city. And they're going to win because when they bring up all of their social media from commissioners that say, defund the police, police are awful, I hate the police, they're whatever, and don't think that we don't all take pictures of all these comments. It's like when council members up here wrote, F the police, clearly, F-U-C-K, Santa Ana PD. So that's why I'm concerned. So again, rules have to apply to everybody. And I agree with Councilor Becerra that if there was this holdover, then we should have just been told, commissioners just follow their council members, and there's no reason for us to do this anymore.
I do want to ask though for clarity, because I think you're very passionate about wanting the rules to apply. They should apply equally all the time. Can you tell me who told you you couldn't appoint a new personnel director?
I will when we're off the dais so that I don't give a name here publicly.
Okay, because just so that we can clarify that, on a personnel board, when we're in the middle of a due process hearing where there is potential substantial liability, I could see that someone might have said to you, Mayor, I know you have an appointment coming up, but we're right in the middle of a personnel hearing.
Nobody spoke to me. They simply said, you can't remove them.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know who would have said that to you. Please make sure that
well,
you
as we know, a
clarify
lot of things were said.
Okay.
So I just want to express my frustration, and I want to express the fact that rules have to apply across the board to everybody.
I want to make it clear, because I don't want it to be left unanswered.
I get it.
That I would not have told you.
And you didn't tell me that.
Okay, so I just that's the part I want to make clear, because I don't want there to be left in the council this impression that somehow the city attorney is not applying the rules evenly to all of you.
And I never said you.
Someone else.
I said across the board. Okay, I want to be really clear. And it's different now with our new city manager and the new leadership. Very different. But I just want to be clear that we had chatted. Either they're commissioners or they're activists, because they put us in a position. It's a different conversation. I'll stop here. They put us in a position to be sued. And we're gonna pay.
When you have what I consider, and I've advised you of this before, when you have commissioners are going to be acting in quasi-judicial roles, those would be planning commissioners, personnel board members, and members of the Police Review Commission. I would strongly recommend to each of you that you appoint people that don't bring bias to their decision making. That's the law that I would give to you. I would say to you as city council members, when you have conditional use permits and items that come before you that are quasi-judicial, I would remind you, as I often do not bring your bias and your opinions to the table. You're acting in a quasi-judicial manner. But I would say that I've been consistent with you as council members, and I would urge you to be the same with your commissioners.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. So a lot has changed in the 4+ years that I've been here. So that we've had new city managers, we've had an interim city manager, acting, and now we had staff changes. So I think that there were interpretations of different policies or items that has changed over time, right? I think we can all agree on that. So I think while it is unfortunate at some point that there may have been policies that were maybe not necessarily applied evenly across the board, I don't believe that's the case anymore, and I don't think any of us up here would say that's been the case with you, City Manager Nunez. So I think that that's important for the public to know about, that we've worked really hard to make sure that everyone up here is treated equally. I do also believe that every appointment and every commission, every situation is different. There's a higher standard for the Personnel Board and for the Police Oversight Commission than there is for, frankly, the Arts and Culture Commission or the Youth Commission, right? And I think that that's also important to acknowledge. And or Planning Commission, right? That's a very high standard also, because they are all acting in quasi-judicial decision-making. With that, I think that the conversation about whether this particular commissioner, meets the holdover requirements or not, I think, at least to me, it's pretty clear that she does, that this person, meets the clear language of the law in our ordinance. I do support an update or amendment to have a deadline, again, maybe 60 or 90 days to reappoint, and if they do not receive the affirmative reappointment, then that seat will be vacant. And as to any concerns relating to a particular commissioner, it is always possible to agendize an item to remove that commissioner for, I think, at least for the Police Oversight Commission, either for cause, and if we believe there's cause, then we can make that determination as a body. So I think that addresses all the issues that we've brought up tonight. Did I miss anything else? I don't think so. All right, well, with that, so that would be my motion to bring this item back to include an amendment that continues the holdover but requires a new nomination within 90 days of the swearing in of the new council member or the council member. Failure to nominate and receive an affirmative appointment within those 90 days will result in a vacancy of that seat.
Is that your motion?
And I think that covers it. Yes, that's my motion. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay,
And
no,
a quick comment.
yes.
I totally understand. I'm not going to be supportive. I'm again supporting my motion only because I think that 90 days sometimes is not enough time to be able to bring somebody in, especially if you're not just appointing somebody, a friend, family, whatever, to interview somebody and go through that process. So I hope you're able to understand. Yeah.
Well, my apologies. I don't see how that's any different from reappointing the person who's going to be your holdover.
What do you mean?
So, for example, I had a Measure X commissioner who was a holdover. And in order for me to keep him as a holdover, under this current loophole, I would just do nothing and he would have stayed there, right, as my Measure X commissioner holdover. Under the new amendment that requires them to be reappointed within 90 days, you can just say, hey, I'm a new council member. I haven't had the chance to interview everyone yet. I haven't had a chance to advertise. So let me just reappoint the person who would have been the holdover within those 90 days. Because one, I think it increases transparency for the public to know that this is someone you're nominating. And you're always free to, in my opinion, nominate a new person once you go through the interview process. And you can let that holdover commissioner say, hey, look, I'm new. I'm still in the process of interviewing. You're free to reapply with me. But just so you know, I'm still going through this process, but I have to appoint someone so that it doesn't stay vacant.
Got it. And we did do that at the beginning of the month. I think I CC'd the clerk's office because she was really proactive about telling me, hey, appoint. It just hasn't worked out, I think, because of his work schedule, Tuesday nights. But other than that, like whenever I request a report, they provide it, they gave guidance. So things like that, it has worked out.
Well, I think for the appointment, you don't only have to agendize them, they don't actually have to come in person. So most of my commissioners did not come in person, they just do it separately with the clerk's office.
That's correct. So the actions that you take to reappoint them based on the nominations are effective. They don't have to have their oath of office that night. I've been visiting multiple board and commission meetings since all of your reappointments to swear them in at that time. And just as another clarification for some of you talking about holdovers, we're really talking about those instances where there hasn't been an affirmative nomination for them. So even if you had somebody that your previous mayor or your previous council person had nominated and then you subsequently nominated them, they're no longer a holdover under the definition of the code. They are now your nominee and appointment.
Oh, got it.
And just for clarification relating to my motion, if the second will agree, is that a nomination with a failure for an affirmative vote will also be a failure to appoint. I just want to make that clarification too. Thank you.
I'm okay with that, and we're going to be bringing it back. If we vote to bring it back, I think it's a healthy discussion, and if we have something to work off of. Right now, we're kind of spouting different things in the air, but I think if staff comes back with something, their recommendations on how to close these loopholes, I think that would be a much more productive conversation than what we're having right now. So I'm going to accept the amendment.
I'm sorry, you said bring it back 30 days, 90 days? Councilmember Fan?
I guess I would like to hear from Madam City Attorney, what is a reasonable time to bring it back?
Okay, so we are working on what I'm calling an omnibus ordinance right now, which is a couple of things. From time to time, council members, staff members, members of the public will ask us questions about the code, and we're like, that's a very good question. We're gonna come bring you back some cleanup items. So we have an ordinance that we were planning to bring to you for your next meeting, April 1st. I believe we could include this fix within that omnibus cleanup action. You can see what we draft. We've heard you loud and clear, and we can see if it gets 4 votes or not.
That sounds good.
I think that would be incredibly efficient and very proactive of you. But I do want to see in the staff report a section specific to this discussion.
Absolutely.
Thank
That's
you.
actually, we've already kind of put it, we had already put it on our to-do list.
All right.
So
Other
the-
comments? So there's a motion and a second to bring it back. Wait, do we need to take a vote here, Madam Clerk? Or-
Yes, Mayor. This is the sub-motion by Councilmember Fan, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to bring the item back with ordinance language to revise as stated by Councilmember Fan. And this would be at the April 1st meeting. Councilmember Becerra?
Actually, before I vote, just one last question. So if we don't decide to give you that direction to bring it back, but you were already planning to bring something back, is that correct?
No, I'm saying that we said that if we, because we knew this agenda item was on, we said if we got direction from you to bring something back, we were going to include it on the April 1st item.
So my vote's yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yes.
Vote is 3 ayes, 3 nays. Ayes by Mayor Mesqua and Councilmembers Becerra and Fan. Nays by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez and Councilmembers Hernandez and Lopez. Motion fails. Would revert to the previous sub-motion by Councilmember Lopez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez, to receive and file the item.
Let's prepare to vote.
Councilmember Becerra?
Nope.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
No.
Vote is 4 ayes, 2 nays. Nays by Mayor Mesqua and Councilmember Becerra. Motion carries.
All righty, let's move on to item 18. It was requested by Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you so much. I wanted to bring this item forward to highlight the work our students are doing in Santa Ana Unified. They are being taught through a lens of called a graduate profile. That profile was brought on by many community business leaders, parents, educators, stakeholders of all kinds. And we had many meetings to bring this profile, what it means to be a graduate of SAUSD. One of them is architect of learning, collaborative leader, global innovator, empathetic communicator, community builder. And these things are important because they make for great citizens, and the outcome is going to benefit Santa Ana. First of all, when you have a well-educated workforce and they're being supported by their city, not just their school district, it supports economic development. It's for the community well-being. Graduates who meet the profile's expectations, such as being critical thinkers, effective communicators, and responsible citizens, contribute to a safer and more vibrant community. It reduces crime and social challenges. We're going to connect the city with what they learn at the school, and hopefully we get them jobs, and nothing saves a life or nothing defeats crime like a bullet, just like Father G says in his work that he does. Civic engagement and leadership, and this shows a really good city and school partnership. I think we have a lot of good things going on in the city, and a lot of our students don't know, so I want to make that connection. I took a tour of the business center, the worksite center, and I was amazed of everything that they did there. I'll talk more about it later, but they do support our youth. There is work there to be done. I went to the opening of Altamed, and I was hoping to get some internships for our kids at Altamed, and they were excited. I was talking to the CEO, who's an amazing man, and I was talking to their city government liaison, and they love the idea. And I'm like, we have a SAY program, we could pay the kids, and we have a health academy at Valley High School where we teach kids about x-rays, dental health, all this great work that we have. So that's just Altamed. but we have all these academies throughout Santa Ana Unified. Santa Ana High School has a beautiful law academy and a cinema academy. Century has the e-business academy and a teach academy, even a gaming academy. We have IB program at Saddleback. Nobody else has more CTE programming than Godinez. I'm sure Segerstrom does well. And at Valley High School, well, you know, we got Valley High School. You got a culinary state-of-the-art academy. We got a health academy, state-of-the-art auto. We have a new media academy. We have an award-winning called one of the best academies in the state of California. It's known as the Lighthouse Academy, Global Business Academy, which teaches the kids to be entrepreneurs, and we have a great engineering academy. So we have these programs where kids are being trained through CTE to move on forward, and it also matches the graduate profile. So I want to make sure that we highlight this, and the most important part of this is we're supporting our youth, but also letting industry know that we have children and we have youth and we have people who are well educated to come in jobs. Come and bring your business here. Come and open up. This is good economic development. This is why I'm bringing it to the council to highlight the work that our youth and our Santa Ana youth have done in this work. So I hope you support this graduate profile resolution. And I'm sure, Mayor Amezcua, you're aware of this as you were one of the stakeholders who I think worked on this. Were you a stakeholder in this? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. So this is I'm bringing to you. Thank you.
Comments?
Yes,
Councilman
Madam Mayor.
Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to thank my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez. I know you're a dedicated educator with a wealth of experience teaching our students. I couldn't be more happy to support this item. I think it's important that our city and our school district have a symbiotic relationship and that there be a continuity of care. I think that us as a city reinforcing the importance of this is going to not only help our students, but it's going to help our families. And so that'll conclude my comments. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
So I'm not going to support this, and not because I don't think Santa Ana has great teachers and amazing students. We have amazing students at Santa Ana Unified that have potential, and some of them go off to Harvard and Yale and Stanford and Santa Ana College and Chapman and UCI, and they graduate from the culinary program. They used to graduate from the trades apprenticeship program with the laborers and the carpenters. We have amazing students, but I'm not going to support this tonight because they just laid off teachers, counselors, and social workers. And so I cannot sit here and pat Santa Ana Unified on the back and say, what a great job you guys are doing. Yes, the graduation rate has gone up because of the teachers and the social workers and the counselors. And the programs that are being taught to our students are being taught by amazing teachers. And so they've just laid off a whole bunch of them, 300 plus. I mean, the number keeps changing every day. And so I sat on that graduate profile. I was part of the creation of it. It was doing great work. Parents were involved, nonprofits, groups. There was a lot of people, and we met on a regular basis. However, I've watched the school district just, I'll be professional. It's not the best interest of our children. That's why they're declining enrollment. Yes, people will say birth rates. They'll say affordable housing. But if you look at Tustin Unified, our kids, if you do, actually if Santa Unified did another survey, they'd find our kids are going to Tustin Unified. And they're going to Samueli, and they're going to charters because of what is happening in those school districts and those schools and what is not happening in Santa Ana Unified. So with that, again, I want to be really clear. We have amazing teachers, social workers, and counselors who I support them, and they are being laid off. While we're talking about our kids who are going to grow and have amazing jobs, I hope none of them go into the field of teaching and don't get a job with Santa Ana Unified, because this is what's going to happen with the current situation on that board and at that district with that leadership there. So that is my position on that, and thank you. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, reading the graduate profile, I look at it and I'm like, this is kind of common sense. This is obvious. Which then I wonder, why are we discussing this here? This is a water's wet resolution. Like, there's nothing in here where I'm like, no, I don't want our kids to be global innovators. I don't want them to be empathetic communicators. Like, this is a water's wet resolution. And the timing is very tone deaf. And as the mayor just mentioned, to accomplish all this, now I'm not an expert in education, but I would have to imagine you probably need teachers to do that. And I didn't want to comment about teachers. What Santa Ana Unified does, as much as I may disagree with, I've been very measured and I've held back on my commentary on it. But I am absolutely just blown away how many teachers they're laying off, how just reckless and irresponsible they've been. Completely reckless and irresponsible. We had COVID money too. And thank you, City Manager, for your work to make sure that we spent it appropriately, especially at least the last part that we had. But again, I didn't want to weigh in on this issue, but like a lot of things that Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez brings to our dais, a lot of times they're not involving anything to do with our municipal organization's function. The school district does what the school district does. We need to do what we do. When I was driving up here today, going up Bristol, there were homeless encampments along stretches of Mayor Pro Tem's ward, along Bristol there. But I don't see any council member requested items to talk about how we can do something about that, something that's within our purview. But instead, we're going to slap the backs of the school district as they lay off teachers. I can't do that. I agree with what they're saying here, but it's just tone deaf. It is poor timing for us to do that right here, right now. So I will not be supporting this.
Anybody else? Councilmember Lopez?
Yeah, so I actually learned about the profile during the school joint subcommittees that we used to have, that the council disbanded. But I thought it was great because I had no knowledge about it. And, again, I just want to remind the public, and I hope they understand my perspective, that really the question before me here on this dais is, do I support the council member requested item, or do I not support the council member requested item, which is about the profile, ultimately, which is about young people in this city, ultimately the students of the city. And of course, I'm always going to support the students of the city in any capacity that I can. And so, but the only question that I do have about this is the city being asked to put resources behind the resolution, right? And so if it moves forward in terms of internships, in terms of job placement, that's what I would want to see fleshed out, because, we've talked up here for many years about making sure that students see themselves reflected in every corner of the world, and your local city government is one of them. And so I want to understand what exactly if there's anything more than the reso being presented. But again, at the center of this is the students, and so I don't think this hurts the city. And by no means am I, high-fiving anyone, patting anyone in the back. Again, the role of me being a councilwoman right now, right here, being in this session is kind of, to the city attorney's point right now, interjecting my disagreements or whatever I may feel at the moment, is to really deliberate on what is being presented in front of me. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor and Councilmember Becerra for supporting teachers and your care for our teachers. And I too would hope that we get, and I call for to bring back as many teachers as we can. It is necessary to have small class sizes, for counselors to have small workloads, and it's been a blessing to have small classes and the work that we've done with the last few years. That being said, the work that we continue to do is with the students. And I want to highlight the work that we're doing at the Worksite Center, because the most hardest thing to get is to get corporations and businesses and organizations to take on our students, and highlighting that would bring more people to the table to bring in these internships. So that was my goal. I want to have Altamed at the table. I want to have auto dealerships at our table. I want to have more restaurants. take and mentor our students. I want to have kids in engineering go and get engineering internships. And our law students at Santa Ana High School come and work for the city attorney. We have these projects, but we don't have enough places to put our kids in. So that was my intent to support our youth and to bring a highlight that we have a lot of kids who are being trained across various industries, and they can come here and we could give them internships, and our students will work for you for, I think it's 300 hours of work under our worksite, our SAVE worksite printer, so Santa Ana Youth Program. It's just a beautiful program, and I think it would be a shame that we don't support our youth at this time. At the same time, we could be vocal and ask our union and our school board to meet. Like, let's have a meeting. Let's talk to each other and sit down and figure out, they can figure out how they're going to save jobs, because they haven't done that yet. So I'm really calling on them to meet and figure it out to save jobs. And we're trying to do as much as we can on our own as me as a union member of the district to support those conversations, but they're just not being made. So that being said, this is to make sure that we bring industry leaders into our worksite center to know that, hey, we're here, look what we're doing. We got kids who are ready to work with you, who are already trained. They might even have certifications in certain things, because we get certified in certain areas in our CTE program. So this is to support the youth to get them the jobs that they need for 300 hours to get the experience. That first job is now so much harder to get when you're competing with people who want to work at McDonald's for $20 an hour. It's just more difficult for teenagers to get. And this is where many students are going to get that experience. And to get the experience with the kind of job that you have training on, that you went to school for, and you had a CTE program, well, that's even better. We're preparing our students, and this is why this is important. This is about our students. This is about our youth and making sure we connect the resources we have at the city with the school district and working together. Thank you.
Councilmember Fan?
And Mayor, just before you get started, not to interrupt, but to be fair and consistent, the time, so.
Thank you, I was gonna say
We
it.
have that one more item, but you would need to take that action to continue it because it's 11.
Yes, let's somebody make a motion.
Move this motion, to move it?
No, we're talking about continuing the time.
Oh.
No.
You mean just to keep going?
Yeah, keep
Yes,
going.
motion to
Yeah.
keep going.
Yes,
Yeah, second, or I move to continue the discussion and finish off the agenda.
thank you, I'll second. Okay, but let's vote.
Motion by Councilmember Fan, seconded by Mayor Mesqua to continue the discussion and the remainder of the agenda. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez? Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Mesqua?
Yep,
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with the absence by Councilmember Peñalosa. Motion carries.
thank you, Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. So I find that this item is quite milquetoast. We already do all of this. Economic development, community well-being, reducing crime, social challenges, civic engagement, leadership, city-school partnership. We are continuing to build our relationship with the school district. We have youth employment programs. In fact, my junior council aide is a student at Los Amigos High School. Others, we have youth from throughout, Santa Ana Unified School District working with cities in different departments, different businesses. We have our youth commission. We have people being involved in different ways throughout the city who are young people. I think that we already do all of these things. I don't think that we have to highlight just SAUSD. In fact, I would support this resolution and change a lot of the wording to say that the city of Santa Ana is a leader in youth engagement and getting youth to be involved in, the workforce and to help build leaders of tomorrow and to encourage them to be civically engaged. I don't think it has to be limited to SAUSD. I think that we continue to engage Garden Grove Unified School District, Orange, as well as our charter schools throughout our city. And I think that this is a great idea. And finally, a resolution does not bind the city council with any future action. If the city finds that there's a budget deficit and something needs to be cut, we can do that. Or we can invest more money if we find more youth grants, art grants, and things like that. So I guess I would support this coming back to us with some changes to the resolution because it's very heavy on the SAUSD stuff, when in reality, in my opinion, the city of Santa Ana has been a leader in these issues, and we should really highlight that. Thank you.
I'd support that as well. So you making a motion?
Yes.
I'll second your motion. We don't need one?
There's no need for a vote on this
Okay,
item,
that's
it's just
great.
direction.
We're giving direction, Mr. City Manager?
I'll work with Mayor Pro Tem.
I like that idea, but I really want to work with Garden Grove and the other school districts that work and highlight Santa Ana, highlight Garden Grove, and our charters as well.
That's what she said.
And put them in there. The thing is, is to make sure that we bring industry partners to the city to work with the SAFE program. That's the most difficult part. And when we highlight this, that's where we're hoping to get.
City Manager, do you have direction?
Yes, I work with Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Thank you. I agree with that.
And there are a lot of businesses, because I work with the chamber so closely, that do hire our students, and there's the trades who take them. There's a lot. So when you meet with the city manager, I'm sure he can explain everything that we do. If you haven't already, or meet with the city staff, there's a lot of our kids, especially the law program at Santa High School, they work at law firms and things of that nature. So, all right, let's move on to the next one. We're good. Okay. Mr. City Manager, you have captured that direction. We're going to recess the City Council meeting, convene to the Special Housing Authority. We're recessing the City Council meeting, convening to the Special Housing Authority meeting. I hereby call the Housing Authority meeting to order. Madam Secretary, please conduct the roll call.
Authority Member Becerra.
Here.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Present.
Authority Member Lopez.
Here.
Authority Member Peñalosa. Authority Member Fan.
Yes, here.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Present.
Chair Mesqua.
Here.
6 members present.
Madam Secretary, do we have any speakers for these items within the Housing Authority agenda?
We do not.
Does any authority member wish to make a motion and second?
I'll make a motion to move the items, Madam Mayor.
I'll second. Authority members, let's prepare to vote. If there are no comments, questions?
This is a motion by Authority Member Hernandez, seconded by Chair Mesqua, to approve consent calendar items 1 through 2 for the Housing Authority. Authority Member Becerra.
Yes.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Yes.
Authority Member Lopez. Authority Member Fan.
Yes.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes.
Chair Mesqua.
Yes.
5 ayes, no nays, 2 absences by Authority Members Peñalosa and Lopez. Motion carries.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to, this is weird how this is. We're going to go back before the public hearing. We're going to close that, and we're going to go to before the public hearing item number 3. Madam Secretary, please provide instructions to the public who'd like to make a comment on this public hearing item only.
At this point in time, Mayor, we did not receive any cards, and there is nobody on Zoom. So
Thank
no
you.
announcement necessary.
Item number 3 is the public hearing Housing Authority fiscal years 25 to 30, 5-year plan, and fiscal year 25-26 annual plan. Mr. City Manager, do you have a staff presentation? Or let me ask another question. Does the City Council need a staff presentation? No? Okay. Any questions or comments by the authority members? Hearing none, I now open the public hearing for members of the public that would like to provide their comments in person and virtually. Madam Secretary, do we have any speakers?
There are no speakers in person, no speakers on Zoom, and we did not receive any emails related to this public hearing.
Thank you. With no further comments, I hereby close the public hearing. Do any authority members have any additional comments or questions?
I'll make a motion to move the item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll second.
A motion by Authority Member Hernandez, seconded by Chair Mesqua, to approve a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Ana approving the submission of the 5-year plan for fiscal years 2025 to 2030 and submission of the annual plan for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Authority Member Becerra.
Yes.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Yes.
Authority Member Lopez.
Yes.
Authority Member Fan.
Yes.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes.
Chair Mesqua.
Yes.
Vote is 6 ayes, no nays, with the absence by Authority Member Peñalosa. Motion carries.
Okay, the Housing Authority meeting is adjourned and we reconvene to the City Council meeting. Mr. City Manager, do you have any comments, please?
Yes, as indicated during the budget discussion, right, the community budget priority survey is not available. We encourage all residents, business owners, and community stakeholders to take the survey and share their ideas. You can find the survey within the city's social media, the My Santa Ana app, and the santaana.org organization doing the website. In addition, also mentioned in the budget, We are working on a long-term plan to develop the Civic Center. Right to that end, the city is sponsoring an exciting real estate competition between graduate student teams from Chapman University and UC Irvine graduate students. The challenge includes federal, state, county, and city buildings, and it also includes sharing the charrettes that City Council participated last year. Our intent is to complete this competition, I think, April 17, bring an update later on to the City Council in May, and perhaps also go out for RFP to start developing here the Civic Center area, at least for ideas and conceptual components. In addition, we are hosting the Grow Conference with the Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce, March 27. We are inviting folks to participate. This is our interaction with key businesses in the city, including Harvey's and Embraer Paint, as well as our participation. So there'll be a hold in the City Council and an invitation for everybody to participate. Finally, 2 more items. The Saguayo delegation with our sister city, again, one of the tangible actions and communications that we're working. So we're having a business expo March 28 to the 30 with over 30 businesses from Saguayo coming to the city of Santa Ana. It'll be at the the old DoubleTree Hotel in Santa Ana, the Cesar. And so it'll also be placed on the calendar, and we invite everybody to participate. And the information will be shared in our social media outlets also. And then finally, for May 17, the Santa Ana Fun Run registration is open for the 5K, 10K, and Kids Dash. Again, this is key for us. It's part of the highlight that we do here with Parks and Recreation, and will be held also that day with Public Works Week. So again, we encourage folks to participate, sign up and register, and see everybody on May 17th for the fun run.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I just want to thank all of the residents that came out to office hours at Fisher Park. I appreciate always hearing from you. Our next office hours is going to be Saturday, April the 12th, and we'll release more information on our social medias channels and our newsletter. And I also just want to highlight for you, City Manager and Deputy City Manager, that I heard the public comment about Adopt a Law, and I did a quick Google search, and I know the city of LA, I think, implemented the program. And so given that we do have, some public land in the city that isn't necessarily always being used or maximized, I would be interested in having a further in-depth conversation about what that could look like for the city. Other than that, thank you for the agenda, for your work. Everybody have a good night.
Councilmember Fan.
I wasn't ready. First of all, thank you to everyone who came out tonight. I know this is a long agenda. A couple items. We have on March 27th, in conjunction with Supervisor Sarmiento's office, we have the same-day solution fair with the Office of Care Coordination and, as I mentioned, Supervisor Sarmiento. It is going to be located at 4300 Westminster Avenue, 92703. I recommend everyone come. It's going to have a lot of information for anyone experiencing homelessness so that they can connect with a range of available resources from if you're a Santa Ana resident. And with that, I hope that as we have these robust discussions about the budget, there are going to be disagreements. There are going to be a lot of feelings and opinion about what's going on, but that we continue to have this cordial conversation, and the public continues to give us their thoughts and what they think we should invest in. And finally, I want to give another shout out to the Fun Run on May 17th. I've already committed, my team's committed, I've registered some of my friends. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be a really fun time. Get out there, get healthy, and have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Becerra.
Good night, everybody.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Thank you so much. First, I want to let people know of Santa Ana. If you go to the parking structure on 3rd and Broadway, they're going to charge you $20 flat. So my fiance went to get a haircut, It's 25, so probably 25 on peak hours. Just so you know, there's no signage or anything. You're gonna get $20, $25 signed. That's not a city parking lot. It's not a city park. It's been sold. What I really wanted to bring up is highlight, thank you to all the people at the Worksite Center. We went to visit. I went with Councilmember Ty Fan's staff and Jonathan Hernandez staff went, and we got to see all the great work they have. They have on-job training, job fairs, youth job programs called SAY, and senior job programs. They do a lot of good work. And what they're telling me is they need a lot more industry partners. That's the ask that they had for me. The one ask that they had for me, that they came to talk to me as I spoke to them on the ground, is that we needed more industry partners, that we need to get people to hire these kids and people to get those jobs, as I spoke to the people. I also met with the rent control crew. I'd like to see if we could bring them in-house and maybe save some money. There's a lot of money going out, so let's not let the money go out and save that for more work we could use in housing. I am excited to go back and visit just with the economic development crew and see what they're doing. I know there's a lot of work, and with your leadership and the leadership of your staff, we're doing great things. So I really want to go and talk to them and each one and see how we're doing. But thank you to the economic, to the Worksite Center. Thank you, Michael Garcia, for touring me around and seeing everything. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Good night.
Excuse me, Mayor, could you make sure your mic is on, please?
I'm sorry, thank you. We explored opportunities to strengthen our local federal partnerships, enhance public safety, invest in infrastructure, and discuss current legislation. Again, Santa Ana will, hopefully some council members will join some committees that the National League has, as I will be joining one as well. And so I believe Councilmember Fan's gonna join one. Yeah, Councilman Becerra. So it was a great conference, and a lot of good stuff was happening there. I do want to thank I want to officially thank the entire board of directors of the CalOptima board for street medicine, bringing it to the city of Santa Ana. They did vote on the date they were supposed to, March 6th, and it was the entire board that voted. And so thank you for bringing street medicine to the city of Santa Ana. We definitely need it, and we're grateful for it. We have coffee with the mayor this Saturday, March 22nd at the Boys and Girls Club on Highland Street. I am looking forward to it. It's going to be great. We have a neighborhood association meeting on March 25th at 5 p.m. at the Santa Ana PD community room. Chief, as we always, before I close the meeting, I always ask, any updates with ICE, sir?
Nothing new to report on regarding ICE, Mayor.
Thank you so very much. I would like to close this meeting in honor of San Bernardino Sheriff Deputy Hector Cuevas Jr. On Monday, March 17, 2025, at about 10:58 a.m., the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department revealed that Deputy Hector Cuevas Jr., 36 years old, was killed after his vehicle collided with another while chasing a suspect driving a stolen car. Cuevas was a 6-year law enforcement veteran stationed in Victorville for the last 3 years. He leaves behind his wife and 2 children, as well as his parents and his 2 siblings. Deputy Cuevas was described as a devout family man, and by his law enforcement family, a cop's cop. He will be truly missed, and I'm closing the meeting in his honor and thanking him for his service and for his family, and my condolences go out to him and his family in blue or green in the Sheriff's Department and all law enforcement, and his wife and his children. This meeting is adjourned.